What have any of us done? What have any of us done to deserve the love that the Father gives to us, to provide for us each and every day, right? To give us the breath that we have in our lungs every single day that so many people take for granted and are not grateful for. What have we done to deserve that? When all we do, right, we go astray, Yahuwah tells us, right? Welcome if you're just joining us. This is the second day of, I say Passover because it's, it all goes together, but this is the second day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, where you are not to eat anything that has leaven in it, okay? You had from the 1st to the 15th, the 14th, the evening of the 14th, to get all the leaven out of your house. There's no excuse. We've been doing these videos. I've been doing it on X. There's no excuse. I've been posting about it. You have to make sure you do not have leaven in your home. This is super, super critical. You do not want to be cut off from Yahuwah. Alright, so this is day 2. So if you didn't have bread, you need to be in your kitchen making it, okay? This is going to be an audio video, right? I mean, you're going to see the video, but it's literally just the scripture. I'm not showing me or anything like that, okay? So, and everybody on X gets the same treatment too. Literally, it's an audio recording. But the difference is I'm going to download and record this onto my YouTube channel, okay? So if it's spotty or it's crappy, and they don't want me to say what I need to say, then you can blame them, right? Like put your complaints into Facebook if they cut off my information. Put your complaints into Twitter if they cut off the stuff I want to say. Like, hold them accountable for what they're doing. Like, ask them, why do you keep doing this? And then show them, like, if you can take screenshots of it, do that. Because that's what I'm going to start doing. If I have to, I'll freaking spam mail them saying, hey, you did this again. Why did you do it? Why do you keep cutting out what I say here? When you know damn well it's super important for Yahuwah's people to hear. And then they have to give an answer. Literally. And inquiring minds want to know, right? So that's where it is. That's where we're at right now. Literally, we have to stand up for the Father. And he says, you know what? Do not cower before them. Because if you do, I will make them cower before you. Right? So Yahuwah will put them against you. So don't fear what they're going to do. Literally, you get this word out. You come and you rise. Right? How do you expect Yahuwah to hear anybody's voices if he doesn't have other voices sounding the same voice he sounds? You know what I'm saying? It's super important. So that's where we are. We're going to go ahead and pray, right? Because I remembered, yes, I went outside and I had some moments with the Father. And he's like, remember to pray. Remember to pray. I'm like, yep. Go pray first. Pray first before we get into this. And your Heavenly Father, thank you, Yahuwah, so much for giving us this time with you, to gather with you on this day 2 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Yahuwah, after your great Passover that you did, Father, and we give you all the glory for that, Father. You alone, Father, you alone took care of Pharaoh's lamb and cattle gods, and you slaughtered that lamb in remembrance of that. This was not a sin offering. This was to get rid of that idol, and Yahuwah, we give you so much glory. Amen, Yahuwah. You are amazing. Yes. We love you and we honor you. And we just praise you, for you are worthy alone to be praised. Hallelujah. Yes, we give you all the praise and glory, Father. And so we thank you, Father, for dining with us. And we listened to 2 songs and we just basked in your presence and asked you to come in and dine with us, Father. So we just ask that you would answer that prayer once again, like you did last night when we went over Isaiah 17 through 25, and you brought a guest in that was amazing, and he's seeking, and it's beautiful and lovely, and I just love your strange work that you do over the frequencies right? Because they know this. Those in power know this, that the frequencies have great power. And it's all about how you channel it. And so if you raise the one that has not been getting the glory to give the one that's giving glory, right? Give him the glory. Then you see what happens. He's gonna raise you up above them, and then like people are gonna be like, "Oh, what does she have to say?" Right? I mean, that's exactly what it says in the prophet writings. It's not anything I'm like, "Ooh, she's got some knowledge." No, it's what the prophets say. You just have to go read it. It's, you know what I mean. So thank you, Father, for thank you. I know I have weird prayers. I know, but this is the way I commune with my Father. So get over it. Thank you, Father, for everything that you provided for us to have in our bellies, over our heads, on our backs. Father, you are amazing. And I just thank you, Father, for giving me this opportunity to speak to your people. And whomever you send, you send. You said that you send out your voice, and whomever hears your voice, that is you speaking. So, and you speak through your servant. So, very, very cool. And so we just thank you, Father, for this time that we get to gather with you to read your prophets' writings, Father, yours. And just let it unpack in our spirits, Father, what it is you want us to know. Teach us the deeper meanings, the rima, of all of the things that we have here, the deeper meanings, right? Not just what's on the top layers, but underneath the onion. As we begin to peel, it begins to get painful, and so that's kind of, ties into unleavened bread, if you want to think about it this way. And so I thank you, Father, for giving me this wisdom that I can use to be able to give to your people and tie this all together. So in your most holiest name, Father, I give you all the praise and glory for what you are about to give to me to speak to your people, because Yahuwah, I eat, live, breathe, sleep you. And you are my witness that I do. And nobody can stand against me and say it's not. Like, literally. And I love that. It's so perfect. It's your strange work. So, in your most holiest name, Yahuwah, we love you. And we give you all the praise and glory for what you have done, what you continue to do, and what you're about to do. Jacob's troubles hopefully shall soon be over in Yahuwah's name. Amen. All right. Jacob's troubles. Woohoo! An omen given to signify the time we have just rolled into, you guys. Literally 401 years. But first, right? 400 years is given to a civilization, says Genesis 15. Yes. Always remember this. Always take it back to Genesis 15. An omen was given. A blessing and a curse, right? And this represents Jacob's troubles. So here we go. And how do we know this? Well, my dears, if you ain't read Jeremiah, I suggest you get into that book too. That will be the next book that we will try and get to. I mean, we're really doing well on getting through. We're already in 26, Isaiah 26. So hopefully we can boom all the way through, all the way to the end of Isaiah, and then get into Jeremiah. This would be quite lovely. You know that? So let's do this. Isaiah 26. It says, "In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Walls and bulwarks doth he appoint for salvation." I should probably put my phone in front of me. That might be. I'm going to be really loud, though. Ugh, I don't want to be loud. Okay, I'll put it over here. Maybe. I don't know. It's still going to be loud. Put it right here. Okay, maybe it's not too loud. All right. I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums when we're talking. I'm just trying to talk across 2 platforms, and yeah. Okay, so in that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Walls and bulwarks doth he appoint for salvation. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation that keepeth faithfulness may enter in. The mind stayed on thee thou keepest in perfect peace, because it trusteth in thee. Trust ye in Yahuwah forever, for Yahuwah is God, an everlasting rock. For he hath brought down them that dwell on high, the lofty city, laying it low even to the ground, bringing it even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor. And the steps of the needy, the way of the just is straight. Thou, most upright, makest plain the path of the just. Ye in the way of thy judgments, O Yahuwah, have we waited for thee. Have we waited for Yahuwah, not a son of a god. Have we waited for Yahuwah? To thy name. You can't tell me Yahuwah has many names when he says to thy name. His name. And to thy memorial is the desire of our soul. So if you're not saying the one true name, then it's truly not the desire of your soul. I mean, literally, that's what that says. And it's a memorial. With my soul have I desired thee. In the night, yea, with my spirit within me have I sought thee earnestly, for when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world learn righteousness. Did you catch that? When the judgments are in the earth, judgments on the earth, that means all the elements start going haywire. Right? The weather patterns in Yahuwah says that this is what happens. He says that. He knows that there's men that he puts in control, because he puts it, right? He says, I control the hearts and the minds of men. So he controls them to do these manipulations to the weather. If you know anything about HARP and DARPA and CERN, like, how many nations are contributing to CERN? They said 70 on their website, I'm pretty sure, right? And it's really crazy. They've done rituals in Switzerland. So, I don't know, encourage, maybe don't tap too deep into it. I just, like I said, I don't dabble into it because I don't want to know the roots. I know enough that the Father's shown me, and that's it. I'm done. We back out. All right? So, verse 6, the foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. Yeah, the way of the just is straight. Thou most upright makest plain the path of the just. Ye in the way of thy judgments, O Yahuwah, have we waited for thee. To thy name and to thy memorial is the desire of our soul. With my soul have I desired thee in the night. Ye, when my spirit within me have I sought thee. We just read that, I think. Yeah. I don't know why I keep reading it. Why do you have me read this, Yahuwah? Okay. We'll go to verse 10. Let favor be shown to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness in the land of uprightness? Will he deal wrongfully and will not behold the majesty of Yahuwah? Yahuwah, thy hand was lifted up, yet they see not. They shall see with shame. Thy zeal for the people, yea, fire shall devour thine adversaries. Yahuwah, thou wilt establish peace for us, for thou hast indeed wrought all our works for us. O Yahuwah, our God, other lords beside thee, yeah, have had dominion over us. But by thee only do we make mention of thy name. You people have gone against this very verse 13, right? Isn't that ironic that the Passover was on the 13th, right? Of the Gregorian Julian calendar? Yes. Right. So look at this. Only do we make mention of thy name. Well, what name, you guys? You said that Yahuwah has all these names, so which name is he talking about? Come on, come to my space. Let's hold each other accountable. Come on, I want you in here. Yahuwah, start picking some spirits. Where in the world are they? We're not doing this because whatever. I mean, I could be making my jewelry right now. Instead, we are going through Isaiah 26. I could be making some amazing cinnamon unleavened bread that me and my son are going to chow down on tonight, along with some pancakes. So, I mean, or not pancakes, we have tofu, bacon. Oh, it's going to be good. You guys, it's going to be good. Maybe we'll have some Jesus. I don't know. He wants to have tacos. So, we shall see. I don't know. But as long as you're eating unleavened bread and there is no yeast in any of the products that you're using, like literally check the back of it. Like, don't be stupid. Right? They're hiding all kinds of stuff. They don't want us to keep these feast days. They want us to mess it up and go against Yahuwah as much as possible. So they what? Put these ingredients in our stuff, especially around these holidays. Right? Yahuwah has his feast days and they have holidays. Holidays, what I like to call them. And I mean, really, dude, this is crazy. I'm gonna have to clip this one. Isaiah 26 verse 13. I'm gonna shove in everybody's face and be like, come on, come at me, right? Because seriously, what are you doing? What names you say? Oh, Yahuwah's got many names. No, he doesn't. He has character and function, and that's what the prophets were describing of what Yahuwah's character and function represents with his name, right? Hebrew name stands for character and function. Is Yahuwah a Hebrew name? It might be. And that's how we would know it, right? We have the Tetragrammaton. Do not be an idiot. I mean, you can be, but please don't, right? I mean, it's not hard to figure out. It's really not. Okay? So, let's go ahead and get into it still, okay? The dead live not. The shades rise not. To that end hast thou punished and destroyed them and made all their memory to perish. Thou hast gotten the honor with the nations, O Yahuwah, ye exceeding great honor with the nations. Thou art honored unto the farthest ends of the earth. Yahuwah, in trouble they have sought. Yep, that's what's going to happen. And I keep telling you, Yahuwah is going to, we have war drums on our doorsteps, and UK is in so much, we don't even, literally, that's not good. But that's where judgment starts, right? So watch this. Watch what's going to happen. I'm seeing articles from Australia that are talking about what's going on in the UK. I'm seeing the Forbes website talking about this. Not website, YouTube channel. And I'll post about it because I need to share this stuff. But yeah, this is getting intense, and Russia just, I guess, had a depot that blew up. So, and that's Anka News. If you're not, she's so funny. In her video, she's like, "We're live people. We are not AI, and I can assure you we're not. Subscribe to us because we'll give you real authentic news." And I love it. It's so cute because she totally trashes all the other news that uses AI, right? I mean, like, that's so genius. She's so cool. Anyway. But she gives you the solid download on all of this stuff. So I will share all of that stuff with you, and then you guys can subscribe and you can be in the know of what's going on. So, because it's boots on the ground. She's got boots on the ground, and that's what I love. If you have boots on the ground, you are authentic, right? You have something that they don't. Copycats, right? So, okay, verse 15. Do we leave off? The dead live not, the shades rise not. To that end hast thou punished and destroyed them. Okay, and made all their memory to perish. See that right there? Oof. Thou hast gotten the honor with the nations, O Yahuwah, yea, exciting great honor with the nations. Thou art honored. Okay, we read this already. Why do I keep reading this over? I know what it is. It keeps playing over. Okay, move it up. You'd be smarter than the page, right? Okay. Verse 16, in trouble they said, yeah, that's where we were. They silently pour, there we are. They, okay, Yahuwah, in trouble have they sought thee. Silently they poured out a prayer when thy chastening was upon them. See, I told you. I told you. When you come back to Yahuwah, Yahuwah's like, I'm chastening you, baby. I'm chastening you for leaving me and for going and serving your nation's idol. Right. Okay, so you've seen it right here. And it says in verse 17, like as a woman with child that draweth near the time of her delivery is in pain and crieth out in her pangs, so have we been at thy presence, O Yahuwah. We have been with child, and Yahuwah raised up somebody who had to go through this. We have been in pain. This specimen number 23, we have, oh, I'm sorry, this is hard. We have, as it were, brought forth wind. We have not wrought any deliverance in the land. Neither are the inhabitants of the world come to life. Thy dead shall live. My dead bodies shall arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust. For thy dew is as the dew of light, and the earth shall bring to life the shades. Hang on. Verse 20. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers and shut the doors about thee. Hide thyself for a little moment until the indignation be overpast. For behold, Yahuwah cometh forth out of his place to visit upon the inhabitants of the earth their iniquity. The earth also shall disclose her blood, and shall no more cover her slain. Oh, God. Why do I have to do this? Isaiah 27. In that day, Yahuwah, with his sore and great and strong sword, will punish Leviathan, the slant serpent, and Leviathan, the torturous serpent. And he will slay the dragon that is in the sea. Do you know what this dragon is that is in the sea? Do you know? You guys, in that day, this is that day. And I've been informed that they're trying to keep this from us. To know this. And this is in Isaiah's writings, you guys, that the military does know about this. They do. In that day, sing ye of her, a vineyard of foaming wine. I, Yahuwah, do guard it. I water it every moment, lest mine anger visit it. I guard it night and day. Fury is not in me. Would that I were as the briars and thorns and flame. I would with one step burn it altogether. Or else let him take hold of my strength, that he may make peace with me. Ye let him make peace with me. In days to come shall Jacob take root. Israel shall blossom and bud, and the face of the world shall be filled with fruitage. Hath he smitten him as he smote those that smote him? Or is he slain according to the slaughter of them that were slain by him? This is not Jesus, you stupid people who love to take things out of context and can't follow along for nothing. We just read this is Jacob. Verse 8, in full measure, when thou sendest her away, thou dost contend with her. He hath removed her with his rough blast in the day of the east wind. Who is he talking about? Isaiah 62 through 64 talks about daughter Zion. That's the her, as scattered Israel. And we're getting to it, right? I hate when people think that they know what they're talking about and they haven't even been speaking to the Father, because they literally invoke an idol image or alongside of it. Yahuwah is like, I do not listen to those prayers. I do not listen to what they say, and they speak lies in my name, and we're going to get to that right now. Watch. Watch. And we can call them out by name, right? Exactly. Isaiah, the chick on X, a liar, and I'll expose you. Come on, MySpace. Come on, let's do this. Like I said, Yahuwah, when are you going to prick this girl's spirit to think that she can be haughty and prideful in your floodgates? Ho, 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 bring it, chica. I'm all for it. This is the feast of unleavened bread. You bring your leaven in here, you better be prepared to rock and roll. Because I don't tolerate that. But if you come with a humble spirit and a contrite heart, right? That's what Yahuwah is looking for. Then we can talk. And we can see. And you can be humble. And see that you could not, maybe you're not right. Maybe you're not right. It's exactly what we witnessed last night. Did we not, brothers and sisters? I mean, this was amazing what happened. I mean, it was phenomenal. Yahuwah is just working miracle after miracle after miracle. His voice is getting out. His one voice is sounding. I need my other brothers and sisters, as I said on Facebook. You guys, where are you? If you're doing the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you can step aside from your bread making, right? Because that's all we were supposed to do, and talk to Yahuwah's people and minister to them, right? That's all you should be doing on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? And spending time with your family, right? Okay, well, look at this. But look, you can step aside. You can be like, you know what? Estrella's got it. You know, let's do this. Let's roll. But ain't nobody standing beside me. Ain't nobody rolling beside me except for Shaul. Out of our friends in the floodgates, where all the orphans, the fatherless, and the widows are. Right? Exactly. Now on X, Yahuwah's got to prick some spirits, but, you know, he's got to be the one that does it. I can't be like, you know, going and poaching out there. I go and I poach by just sitting in the spaces and keeping quiet. That's what I mean by poaching. And then people come and they look at my space and they're like, oh, look at that. She's got some information that I've never heard before. That's right, because Yahuwah doesn't give it the way that they give it. I mean, literally. No. So, alright, we're going to go ahead and continue. Alright, so it says, therefore by this shall the iniquity of Jacob be expiated. Yep. And who's the one? Who's the watchman woman? Who's the watchman woman? Who's the one who's spoken to be the spokeswoman? Whoop, whoop. Yeah, right? Jeremiah 31. It's amazing. All my sisters want to roll with me. So it's not just a me one thing. It's those who recognize their position as well as a woman and they rise up beside me. Because that's what we are. We are a knitted bunch. And I'm trying to get those in the floodgates, my brothers and my sisters. I don't think I can talk any louder, can I? Love you, Wisdom, Akkad, Yasiel. Love you. Guys, David, I mean, come on. Do I really have to start calling out names? Like, where are you? Where are my brothers and my sisters at that are from the floodgates that are rolling hard with me in these spaces to get Yahuwah's one voice out? Like, seriously, I mean, tapping my fingers and my toes, waiting for you to trust Yahuwah that he's going to keep you safe because you guys are scared little pansies. Really? I'm sorry. I love you. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, this is for the widows, the fatherless, and the orphans, right? We need to be out there getting this message out because there are so many out there getting the wrong message out. Every day I hear it in spaces. You hear these dumb quats and they're like literally trying to teach people to go towards this idol of their nations, and they have no idea where the name even came from. They don't even know that the name Jesus was originally Jesus before the Roman Republic created the letter J. I mean, boneheads are not doing their research, right? So you can't just follow something because your parents said so, unless you really want to just be in the honeycomb matrix like they are. I mean, that's totally up to you. Titus made it infinitely pleasurable to be in that, didn't he? Where he created this Jesus character who says he can die for your sins. And Hebrews 7:12 says what? That they changed Yahuwah's laws. They changed Yahuwah's priesthood. Oh yeah, they sure did. They changed Yahuwah's stuff, Yahuwah's doctrine. They did. Those of the New Testament. And if you can't see that, then you are under the strong delusion. And you're following a lie. A lie that they're perpetrating through what they plan on having you go through. But Yahuwah's story is not the same as what they're saying in Revelation. They can try to duplicate it, but they have no understanding of what they're claiming. They think that the Anunnaki, right, because that's who this Jesus character is from. If you look at the image, and they won't tell you, but they have found his image, and it is not allowed to be seen, okay? Because I am a firm believer that that thing wasn't human. And they can't bring it to the public to show you this. They can't. How would they do that? Now, do you realize how many of you would be deceived if they actually brought forth the image? Is it a centaur? Because I heard from several voices that this could be the centaur with the long neck and the sons of Enoch were centaur men because they mixed their DNA with horses, right? And these were the men of renown who had genitals like horses, right? Because what did they do? They mixed their DNA to match it. Yeah, let's look into that, huh? Some serious stuff. And this is the expiation of Jacob's sin, right? And the iniquity, what's iniquity? Iniquity is sin. What is sin? Transgressing the law. There you go. Right? So, verse 9. Therefore, by this shall the iniquity of Jacob be expiated, and this is all the fruit of taking away his sin. When he maketh all the stones of the altar as chalk stones that are beaten in pieces. Woo. So that the Asherim and the sun images, right? Because what did Constantine say that he saw in the sky? In the sun, he saw what? An image of a man, or what? An image of a cross, right? That would be Mithra's cross, right, at that time. So then it says, uh, so that the Asherim and the sun images shall rise no more. See that? Yahuwah is about to take Jesus and slay that beast, as he told us in Isaiah 25, right? He's going to do it. It's going to be amazing. And only the daughters of Zion rise out of it, right? Because they recognize that they are Yahuwah's bride. And no, a son may not take his father's bride. Suck on that, Torah lawbreakers. Right? Right? Somebody comes at me and they're like, oh, what's in Deuteronomy, what does it say? And I'm like, oh, I get where he's going. And I was like, all right, go ahead. He's like, it says that what did he say? If a man divorces his wife, can she go back to him if she has been with another man? And I was like, no, it's a defilement. And he's like, okay, then why would we be able to go back to Yahuwah? I was like, oh, you think you got me, huh? Okay. So then that's when I dropped the bomb. I'm like, yeah, but it also says that a man may not take his father's wife to be his own. So out the window goes your Jesus theory. And then he was just like, okay. And he sat down and he listened, and it was phenomenal. So, yes, right? You gotta hold him accountable and take it all the way back to the Torah. If you know the Torah, like if you know that like butter and bread, oh my gosh, you got this. You got this. So get you some Torah, man. Get you some Torah and get some knowledge. Get Yahuwah's knowledge so you ain't perishing, right? And then go look at the prophets' writings, because he says, but you got to look at the ones that only point you back to him. If they point you to a son of a God that can lead you somewhere, what were you doing? You ain't listening to no prophets. You didn't listen to the nation's doctrine that Titus put you under as a slave. Titus 2. Come on now. Tell me I'm wrong. Does he not say you're a slave? Hello, he's talking to you. Yes, we're the descendants of those that he called slaves. We're their children. Look at the history. Go back and look at it. Don't be dumb. Go look. Get off your booty. Go look. Right? Yeah. So, verse 10, for the fortified city is solitary, a habitation abandoned and forsaken like the wilderness, there shall the calf feed. And there shall he lie down and consume the branches thereof. When the boughs thereof are withered, they shall be broken off. The women shall come and set them on fire, for it is a people of no understanding. Therefore, he that made them will not have compassion upon them, and he that formed them will not be gracious unto them. So people are like, Yahuwah's gonna be gracious even if we got it wrong. You can't judge us like that. I'm like, oh no, I can't, but I can sure tell you that Yahuwah says no, he's not gonna be gracious. He just tells you right here, I am not going to be gracious on them. Hello? Right? Because you don't have any understanding, and it says right here, the women shall come and set them on fire, for it is a people of no understanding. Therefore, he that made them will not have compassion upon them. So no, he won't. And he that formed them will not be gracious unto them. So you need to erase that from your mind right there. This is not a gracious, compassionate God for those who are in idolatry. He's coming to destroy you if you don't get back to him alone. I mean, you can go ahead and say, well, I will die for this. You go right on ahead and you can die for that. And Yahuwah will show you that he wasn't playing around. There's no wiggle room, brothers and sisters, and you think there is. You can dabble in all these other spaces. I don't see nobody in this space. It's ridiculous. They go and they search for the knowledge of the world rather than the knowledge of Yahuwah. And this feast day is so important, and they are absolute fools for not being in here, tuning in. I mean, it's just dumbfoundery. And it's going to be too late. How many people are going to listen to this like a month later? And what's going to happen? Bombs are going to be dropping somewhere? Look what's happening on the stage. You ain't paying attention. You obviously don't care. You're too busy with the other spaces and how this could benefit you. Not how this would benefit the Father. Right? Oh, no. No. Don't go there. Whatever. Verse 12. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahuwah will beat off from the flood of the river. It says, beat off his fruit from the flood of the river unto the brook of Egypt. And ye shall be gathered one by one, O ye children of Israel. But the children of Israel are divided because one serves an idol, and then there's ones that serve Yahuwah alone like he instructed. Verse 13, and it shall come to pass in that day that a great horn shall be blown, and they shall come that were lost in the land of Assyria, and they that were dispersed in the land of Egypt, and they shall worship Yahuwah in the holy mountain at Jerusalem. That day is approaching, you guys, extremely fast. It has to be destroyed first, as we read in the previous chapters. So you gotta follow the timeline. Isaiah chapter 28. Get some water. All right. Isaiah 28. Woe to the crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim, and to the fading flower of his glorious beauty, which is on the head of the fat valley of them that are smitten down with wine. Behold, Yahuwah hath a mighty and strong one, as a storm of hail, a tempest of destruction, as a storm of mighty waters overflowing, that casteth down to the earth with violence. The crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden under foot, and the fading flower of his glorious beauty, which is on the head of the fat valley, shall be the first ripe fig before the summer, which when one looketh upon it, while it is yet in his hand, he eateth it up. In that day shall Yahuwah of hosts be for a crown of glory, and for a diadem of beauty unto the residue of his people. Yahuwah of hosts. That means Yahuwah himself. That's not your Jesus character. Yahuwah. Verse 6. And for a spirit of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, for strength to them that turn back the battle at the gate. But these also reel through wine, and stagger through strong drink. The priest and the prophet reel through strong drink. They're confused because of wine. They stagger because of strong drink. They reel in vision. They totter in judgment. Yeah, exactly. Yahuwah says, and Jeremiah tells you too, that Yahuwah makes them drink the strong drink. What is it? Well, it's a new wine that's put into old wineskins. And what happens? It bursts because it has no flavor. Right? If you know anything about wine, the longer you let it ferment, the tastier it is. But this is new wine, and it's a strong drink. The priests and the prophets. What does the New Testament require you to drink? Wine, grape juice, as a good new test. I mean, yeah. Can you understand what Isaiah is trying to tell you here? Verse 8, for all tables are full of filthy vomit, and no place is clean. Whom shall one teach knowledge? And whom shall one make to understand the message? Them that are weaned from the milk, them that are drawn from the breast. For it is precept by precept, precept by precept, line by line, line by line, here a little, there a little. For with stammering lips and with a strange tongue shall it be spoken to this people, to whom it was said, this is the rest. Give ye rest to the weary, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. And so the word of Yahuwah is unto them precept by precept, precept by precept, line by line, line by line, here a little, there a little, that they may go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of Yahuwah, ye scoffers, the ballad mongers of this people which is in Jerusalem, because ye have said, we've made a covenant with death, and with the netherworld are we at agreement. When the scouring scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we have made lies our refuge, and in falsehood have we hid ourselves. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah God, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation a stone, a tried stone, a costly cornerstone of sure foundation. What's sure foundation? The Torah. He that believeth shall not make haste. And I will make justice the line, and righteous the plummet, and the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters shall overflow the hiding place. And your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with the netherworld shall not stand. When the scouring scourge shall pass through, then ye shall be trodden down by it. As often as it passeth through, it shall take you. For morning by morning shall it pass through, by day and by night, and it shall be sheer terror to understand the message. For the bed is too short for a man to stretch himself, and the covering too narrow when he gathereth himself up. For Yahuwah will rise up as in Mount Perazim. He will be wrath in the valley of Gibeon, that he may do his work. Strange is his work, bring to pass his act. Strange is his act. Is it not? I mean, I tell you, every day the things I do are so strange. I'm like, okay. Now therefore be ye not scoffers, lest your bands be made strong. For an extermination wholly determined have I heard from Yahuwah, the God of hosts, upon the whole land. Give ye ear. And here it is, you guys, and hear my voice. Because that's all you were given. Attend and hear my speech. Is the plowman never done with plowing to sow, with the opening and harrowing of his ground? When he hath made plain the face thereof, doth he not cast abroad the black cumin, and scatter the cumin, and put in the wheat in rows, and the barley in the appointed place, and the spelt in the border thereof? For he doth instruct him aright. His God doth teach him. For the black cumin is not threshed with a threshing sledge, neither is a cartwheel turned about upon the cumin, but the black cumin is beat out with a staff, and the cumin with a rod. Is bread corn crushed? Nay, he will not ever be threshing it. And though the roller of his wagon and its sharp edges move noisily, he doth not crush it. This also cometh forth from Yahuwah of hosts. Wonderful is his counsel, and great his wisdom. Right? Yahuwah of hosts is the host of who? His heavenly council. That's why he is the host of somebody. Of lots of somebodies. That's why it's hosts. Yeah. That's not your Jesus character incarnate. So stop saying that crap. Doesn't say that there. Alright. That was a lot we just went through. We just did 26 through 28. We're going to do a little break. So continue to make your bread if you're making your bread and you're listening in. And we're going to continue with music. There's a lot that we were taking in. So let's smooth it out and bring the vibes back up.
Watch your step, come on up, listen in, it's the breeze at the right time. Night comes the wind and I can't explain it. I'm thus created, it's a sign, things are changing. Simply captivated, so patience, patience. Watch me as I switch between the moods and it's blatant. Multiplying emotions times 10 as I'm waiting. Asking the question, is this mine for the taking? My fingertips keep grazing on the side. despise. To watch the time go by, though it's far from excitement, a toast to the night. Just watch the time go by, in amazement, simply captivate the soul.
Hey, Dan. How's it going, brother? Oh, yeah. There we go. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Or afternoon, I would say.
Boker Tov.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I mean, just like I got up at the point and decided to do a little bit of reading. I'm here in Isaiah 26. I was just thinking about some very weird things that I've had to interpret. For instance, like, even in Isaiah, when he talks about Lucifer falling from heaven, and then I remember there's some parts that talk about so many stars fall with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I do.
Something about that and God's mercy and love and always wanting his children to return
Right.
reminds me that this is more of something to do with the celestials, like in Hosea, where some understand celestials, some understand terrestrial.
Yes, okay. So what I found when I was reading that,
Go ahead.
I'll explain what I found because this is in the previous video and it just correlates with what you're going to tell me. I just know it. So what I found was that Dagon's descendants are going to come to an understanding and a humble moment to realize that what they're doing was not of Yahuwah. Because, like, remember I told you about Jillian Stone that was doing the video on Dagon and how they were eating the mermaids and things like that? Remember I told you about that?
Yeah.
This is what that has to do with. These are the descendants, dude. The celestial
They were
descendants.
eating the mermaids.
Yeah. For
Just an
longevity.
earthquake, what?
For longevity.
What's
For longevity because it's mixed with the Leviathan.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Dagon was mixed with the
You feel that
Leviathan.
Earthquake. We just had a good one here.
You just
I
had
got
an
on my phone and
earthquake?
felt a real good shake. Oh yeah, and right seconds after, I got the earthquake here. It was a good one.
Where are you at? Dan, where are you? Dan, where are you?
San Diego.
Uh-oh.
Alright,
Oh,
you feel that and get the alert? Okay, they're saying more, so be aware of that.
I know. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh, this is it, Dan. This is it. We've reached 77s.
You're not these days.
Dan,
You're not these days.
Dan, I'm not. We're at 77s of sevens. That means that those the angels don't like us. These descendants, they're pissed off right now. And guess what? Yahuwah is speaking to them in his 4 elements that he gives, bro. And he speaks through the weather patterns. So I was just talking about this. I was just watching a video on this. There's a dude that I follow. He talked about a geomagnetic storm that we have that is causing earthquakes, and CERN has been revving it up. This is what Yahuwah is talking about. We're in the perfect chapter right now. Dude, from the beginning of Isaiah 26. All right, tell me what you got.
When it came to what's going on, this is a lot of fear tactics and propaganda. This is Greek mythology, by the way.
Yeah.
The star thing to me, when I thought of that and God wanting his children to return home, and wanting his children to return home either 2 ways, peacefully or in pieces.
Right.
I gotta put it. So it's like some will have the understanding of knowledge and wisdom and fear not to transgress and not to go to the left or to the right. This is the most important part of that.
Right.
Neither to the left nor to the right. So if I was taking all the stars that God gave us as signs and signals, correct? And if I was going to tear the veil, which is space, and be allowed to transgress into the heavens as flesh, I'd better do it with peace and mind, or God will strike them down. Trust me, he will.
Did you hear about Katy Perry?
To take all the stars in heaven, and if you're going to travel in space, which I think God is okay with, if you're doing it peacefully, if you go neither to the left nor to the right, you only chart 1/3 of the stars. That's all he's giving you. That's permission. That's permission with people that go peacefully. That's what I've kind of interpreted with a little bit of that. It's like, okay, I get that. Maybe that's what Daniel kind of saw in Babylon. I mean, he saw a lot of things in Babylon. I've seen my stuff in these days.
Right. It could be. I don't.
And wisdom of these days as well.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, we don't know what Yahuwah is going to do, but remember, he says that it's men's hearts are going to fail them for what comes upon this earth. Like, what does that entail? You know what I mean? These entities are fighting for our love.
The men's hearts.
Well, these entities are fighting for our love, Dan. They want what humans have. And we know this. They want to be able to mate. They want to be able to, you know what I mean? And we surpass them, and they hate that. They hate that.
You brought up the fish and all that and the mermaids. So what do you know about Mormons? Curious.
I know that they are the priesthood that went astray, and they started all of these like religion sects. Mormonism is one of the first.
Yep. So just out of a coincidence, I'm like, you know what? Something rang at the bell, and it's like, I'm going to look at this word. It led me over to the Lehi and Nephi, and those are the Levites and the Nephilim.
Ah,
That's what I kind
you gotta be kidding me.
And I've only read one book of theirs that's like it happened to be Helaman. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I have to decide, well, I'm going to choose the number 7. I'm going to just pick one out of the whole thing. Here we go, number 7. Daniel, angel 7, fallen in day 7, resurrected instructed again, forgiven in Babylon, having to work through this shit again. Really. But it's kind of how it's written. But when you see that, that's who it is. And it's like when you brought up, they were eating mermaids. It's real close to Mormons, mermaids, and myrmidons, which were the Achilles, and his myrmidons are the ancient Troys.
Oh my God, you're so smart. Oh my God, you keep on saying this over and over again. I know, and it just I get it. Like what, dude.
I am concerned about what they're doing, though, because a lot of these people that are doing these science experiments and stuff like that are really transgressing with the knowledge they have stolen, I would say.
All right, Dan, I'm giving you co-host. We're rubber banding, or the space is glitching, is what I mean.
If I do that, then I can never get out of it. I did that last time, and I don't know how to get out of it, so I can't co-host. I don't know my phone that well. Last time I did it, I couldn't get into another space the whole day.
That's funny because you weren't supposed to leave. No, it's all good. I just don't want the recording to stop. I mean, we're live on Facebook too, so it's no worries. Yeah, no, I mean, go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's coming through from the past, and it's just a repetition. And if you read the book of Daniel, and there's additions to Daniel and stuff like that that really should be read and interpreted. There's a lot of other additions in the Apocrypha that need to be at least addressed. But you see it, even when he says times and a half, it's like, okay, we're talking about how many times is this going to completely repeat itself. So when you look even at the book of the Revelation, which the Revelation, that book is a Gnostic book. I understand it. And I don't need to change anything that's in it. I just need to pay attention to what's in red, because what's in red makes sense.
I don't know about that.
Even down to the date 9/11, even down to that date 9/11, makes sense because there's something in Psalm 91.11. That's an old book.
Is there red writing in Psalms?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
But you have Psalm 90, which is also Moses' prayer, right? So we would admit that Moses says a prayer there.
Yeah.
And you have number 12, which is he prays for his children to recognize how to count the number of their days. I've done that. Like military time. If you're in Rome, or if you're in Babylon, you count like they did. You line them up, and then you add them up, you find the date, then you go backwards. 9 times and a half. 2.5 millennia ago, Daniel walked this earth. 2.5 millennia.
Right.
Daniel walked the earth. 9 times and a half. He was a predictor of things as well. And an interpretation thing.
Oh, he's a seer.
He was a what?
He was a seer. He was a priest. He was a wise man.
Yes. And that's when you look, if you try and look up the history of Daniel Chileab, David's second son by Abihail, which means God delights in her. I think it is the Father's delights in her, in Hebrew. So if you look at that, all the information they have is he was a saintly man that was considered never to commit a sin. That's all they have on him. He disappears. Where does he go? We all know he's a very saintly man. And you see him in his thing walking through time, walking through those old days. So I don't know how long a person could live. How long did Lamech live?
Don't know. Don't remember.
Well, you just said that when we first got into space.
Lamech?
Yeah. How long did Lamech live?
I don't know. I didn't say that anything about Lamech.
We brought up number 7.
Oh, I did.
777 years. Oh my. Lamech lived 777 years. And who was the son of Lamech? One of the children of Lamech? Noah?
Yeah.
Oh my. And like I said, when you understand even how Daniel interprets these things times and a half, we see these things repeating over and over.
Well, I believe
the key is this, not to get stuck in hindsight, not to get mad at names. I think you read some of the books the other day, correct? The Testaments of Reuben and stuff.
Yeah, but names are super, super important. We just read in this.
But it's also a sin to worry about a name when it comes to telling the truth. Because that's
No, we just read it, Dan, in Isaiah 26 up to where we are right now. It literally says the name, thy name, you have forgotten. It says literally, thy name you have forgotten. And it doesn't say names, it says thy name. So it's a one name,
Yes.
Dan. It's a one person, it's a one name. It's a one name. That's how you profane. You know what I mean? You can't have, like I told you this, you can't have a profaning if it doesn't start with one name. It has to start with one name somewhere in order to be a profaning.
Right, right. Yes, yes. And I would say it would start like this. I am the Father. That's how it kind of rings in my heart. And it would be Yahweh El Shaddai. That's what it would be. I am the Almighty. And like I said, I don't know this language. I just opened the book 3 years ago. It's like,
Well,
And I would say, even as I look, I'm on Isaiah 26, and I'm looking at this. Trust ye in the Lord forever, for in the Lord Jehovah is everlasting strength. This is Isaiah 26.
it says Jehovah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go there right now because I didn't see that.
Isaiah 26, line 4, please. So like I said, even when you go in from the El Shaddai in Egypt, then he goes into the leading of Exodus. We're here in Exodus, right? And they hadn't known me by this name before, which was Jehovah.
Wait, what
And
verse?
then we go 26, 4.
Oh. No, it says, trust in Yahuwah forever, for Yahuwah is God and everlasting rock. It doesn't say Jehovah.
This here says, okay, this here says, trust ye in the Lord forever, for in the Lord Jehovah. Now I can go down to the highlight, is everlasting strength. So I'll go down here to the
And
Lord
that's
Jehovah,
in the
'cause I think
Hebrew?
It means the same.
I'm looking at the Hebrew against the English.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I got the King James Red Bible.
Okay, that's fine.
And it's
So there you go.
yeah,
You've just seen a misinterpretation in which you're reading. This is the actual Hebrew that I have. Shaul has the actual Hebrew on his website next to the English, and it doesn't say Jehovah. It says Yahuwah's name. And here's the thing: you say Yahweh, but remember Judah had Yehudah. It's not Yahudway, it's Yahudah. So you have to take out the D, and it's Yahuwah is his name. So very, very important.
Right.
And this is how the Jews have taught me. So, because I was asking them what was the correct pronunciation, and Shaul showed me it's because of Judah, Yahudah would be Yahuwah if you took out the D. So you can't say Yahweh, it'd be Yahudah. You get what I'm saying? So that wouldn't be right. It's not Yahudah. It's
Right. Well,
Yahudah.
Really, when you think about Judah and stuff like that, Judah just means judge. That's what my interpretation is coming to. The judges were Judah, the tribe of Judah. Those are mainly your judges.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Yahuwah's name is.
You didn't have a J. Who does? Who just?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like I
saying.
said, he's right in those ways that the languages and the letters all have, and the way you say it matters because when you're praying to God, you're praying to God.
Oh, it does matter. His name was literally slandered and profaned and spelt wrong and done wrong. Seriously, no, it does matter. That's why he spoke in his one voice when he gave the floodgates down. He literally gave me the floodgates, and I heard a voice. Like I told you, it was him who literally, and I asked him because I was curious about the name. I've gone through Yahweh, and no answer. I said, "Is your name Yahuwah?"
Let me ask you a real quick question. What do you think about the word "am I"?
Am I or I am?
Mm-hmm. Am I?
What do you? I don't get what you're saying.
Because "am I" is a word that means, I believe it's kinsman in Hebrew.
Okay.
And I believe that's the way that every one of the supplicants, the servants to the Lord, approach him as like, here am I.
I have no idea. I just know what the Father's
That
shown
word
me.
carries something in it because I read about it just the other day. There are two people that said that.
There could be. I mean, but if we want Yahuwah to speak, you got to use his name. Is the point that I'm trying to make here?
Okay.
You know,
That's fine.
if you seriously, like, he wants us to use his name. He doesn't want it silenced.
Well, I believe you. I believe you. I can only tell you, you had your experience, correct?
Yeah.
You did have your experience, correct? I had my experience, wrote it down in a book without ever opening up the Bible. Ever opening it up about 3 years ago in 2020 when you had yours.
Yeah.
I wrote stuff in the book. About, wow, it was just, I saw something on TV about Daniel and Babylon. It's like, wait a minute, I'm a summer child, summer solstice. I always thought my birthday kind of added up to weird numbers, just like in Psalm 90:12. And it's like, could that be true?
Yeah, that's definitely true.
I was a thief when I was younger. Not anymore.
Yeah.
I was a repentant thief when I was younger. Not anymore. And then, after writing the stuff in this book, I decided I'll open the Bible and see what makes sense. And I'll be darned if it makes sense what I wrote in the book and what I kind of read in the scripture that I have in the Bible I have, and it's not in Hebrew. And I see where there's things that have been changed. I do see that.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I when we were talking about Moses and stuff like that, no, I completely agree with the man. Oh, yeah, because he's supposed to come back. Correct.
I don't know. Like, they're all supposed to be resurrected.
He's either supposed to come back or he never came.
There's, excuse me, they're supposed to be resurrected with King David.
See,
That's the dry bones that come to life.
When I had my little experience, I felt like, am I supposed to be a little like Moses to try and lead people out of something?
Yeah, we all are. Yes.
This is the experience I had, like on a boat almost. Put stuff like that down. And it's like, that's from watching the movie Battlestar Galactica. That was the message in that movie.
Nice. Yeah.
When my dad died, when I was 12, that was the message I saw in the movie. Lead your people to freedom.
Wow.
And it's like, no, can that be? And then I looked up in Latin. My last name means people of the riverbank. Son of a what?
Nice.
Dan in Latin and Slavic means man. So a Dan just means Adam.
Yeah.
What? And then I started reading the book, and it's like, you see, and I see I see all this through here. So trust me, I understand right up to the Omega sign that I tried to show and those people into space. That's just a Gemini symbol in space. You guys don't see these signs? Some people will see it.
Well, it's when you read it, because Yahuwah tells us that it was the or the celestials, so the ones that do the from astrology, like our zodiacs. Those are the betrayers. Yahuwah tells us those are the betrayers, Dan. That's why Yahuwah tells us don't seek astrology, because they're the betrayers. Our zodiac is our betrayer. The gods, the men of renown are the zodiac.
I get it. If they worship the stars, yes.
No, they're the men of. They are the children, right? Yahuwah says that the stars move from their places. These are those entities that moved from their places when they were not supposed to. Some went and fought for Yahuwah, others didn't, just like the tribe of Dan and Gad didn't.
That has to do with the Mormons, by the way. When you hear about the tribe of Dan disappearing, there has to do something, I think, with the Mormons as well, because it sounded so familiar there. And the Nephi and the Levites, there's something happened there. It's when I jumped into that chapter in Element 7, I'm like, no way, this just sounds so much like Micah complaining about where you taking my grain with him. It's like, God, it just sounded so much like that. It was like a connection in there.
Yeah.
I can only tell you this, just like in those days back when they were up against AI, the enemy is giants. Just like in those days, don't be afraid. They fall down because that's what's going to happen, because God has made the mighty and the proud to fall. He has made the foolish things, even like me, we confound the wise. And he's made my mouth. And it's like, that's all I can ever do is say, you know what, Father, if you read something and you see it
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right on.
Never met him. Never met him.
Yeah, I never got to meet my grandpa from my dad's side. His name's Pete, but he doesn't have any association with my family for whatever reason. Nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to tell me anything. It's like, why? You know, but yeah.
We have stuff in our past that we're supposed to look back at and not judge our parents so harshly, because that's one of the lessons I believe in Kings or something, where they asked, how should we treat, they took the advice of the younger kids,
Yeah.
be harder.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's the lesson about wrath. And when I brought up the spirit and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
the soul, the spirit will not rest in a wrathful soul. That's lesson number one. You can't be wrathful. You got to be righteous in judgment. Number two, God doesn't want wrathful people in space either, so He will continue to confound them in space, because I think that's the tearing of the veil, is the opening of space, because God's purpose was not for man to die on this planet forever. That's not His purpose of mankind. And it's like people want to understand what God's purpose was: to grow and flourish. Rightful seeds will grow and flourish in this world or in space, but if they ever transgress to do the sins like they do here, fornication and flesh, they will certainly fall to the next planet that wants to eat them alive.
Yeah.
Parasites and all. Parasites, I mean, Hivites, the HIVs and all these things, all the evils of this world that have been unleashed
Yeah.
because of science.
True.
That's
The work of man's hands. That's exactly what Yahuwah tells us.
Yes, like I said, when it comes to giving the Father a name, when I prayed in my pain and suffering, I prayed to my Father, and I prayed to God, and I prayed to my Father specifically for forgive me for being, one, late in opening the book, two, being a thief. And He didn't strike me down. No, He showed me some interesting things and ways to look at the book and code read it. And I see it. The fact is that I know that God is real, and that every minute He can make something happen good and something that happens bad.
Right. Because He
One thing
controls
I
them
understand,
both.
So
Well, you understand what Marcion of Synopes couldn't. That's
I
pretty.
can understand what?
What Marcion of Synopes couldn't.
The name sounds familiar.
Marcion of Synopes. He's the founding father of Christianity. That's why it sounds familiar.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I get. Look, I don't transgress too much into like the modern day stuff. I am so far back in the Old Testament. I'm stuck with the Greeks and Psyche and those ancients, because when you talk about the ones that are causing issues, they need to take a knee if they want to survive as well.
Oh, most definitely. Most
I think
definitely.
it says somewhere in Revelation. You will negotiate with the ancients. There's a few ways to negotiate. God behind you is the best way.
Yep. That's right.
I think someone said to the Father, "Let me go." I think that's in the book of Ezekiel, and that's the first book I read. You know that?
Jeremiah says it too.
The first book I read when I had my little experience in 22, whatever, was Ezekiel. And when it was on audio tape, and it had the deep voice, and it's like every time he said "son of man," I'm like, that would just sizzle on me. What are you saying? I know I'm a man. And that was that. What are you saying? It's like, son of man, prophesy or do this or tell these people this. And it's like, I could never tell these people that. Not a chance. And it started from there, and it's like every book I've read has been a small building block,
Mm-hmm.
one at a time. And we're here in Isaiah, I would take you all the way to Isaiah 53 and 55.
We'll get there. We're getting there. We are getting there. If you want to help me get there.
Okay.
So, I mean, hold on a second. I need to go check on my flower. Hold on a minute. So, all right, you want to go ahead and get into this reading with me?
Sure.
All right, we're in Isaiah 28. I believe that's where we left off. Let me pull it up again. Was it 28? I don't remember.
Interesting word happened to be at the condemnation of Ephraim.
Yeah, wait, hold on a second. I think maybe. Yeah, we're in 28. Yep, it's in 28, chapter 28.
This is so interesting because when we talk about the tribe of Ephraim, you know, like in these later prophets' books, I believe in Hosea and a few other ones, they refer to, I believe he is turned into a fir tree.
A what?
A fir tree.
A fir tree?
Yes, he's turned into a fir tree, and we all know what a fir tree represents. But he was forgiven in his transgression at the end of one of these other prophets' books.
Wait a minute.
I don't know if you're
Hold on.
aware of that. It's a very complex book here, but Ephraim is given away to idols. And I believe this is the book of Hosea and stuff like that.
This is in Hosea?
Yes, but go ahead and go with it. I'm going to jump over to Hosea real quick and see if I can find it. But go ahead and start your reading in Isaiah 28.
Okay. I was just, no, I'm curious though, because like I want to pick your brain on that. Do this thing.
Okay, I'm here. I'm going to read it just at the end of Hosea. I just switched to the very end. So it'll be Hosea 14, line 18. Ephraim shall say, what have I to do with any more with idols? I have heard him and observed, and I am like a green fir tree. For me is thy fruit found. Interesting.
Well, So
Yes,
he's likening.
like a
It's
green
he doesn't
fir tree.
he doesn't say that he
Okay.
becomes that though, is what I'm saying.
Observe him like a. So this is what he resembles to him. He's resembling, like I said, like a fir tree. That resembles. And so what I mean, he turns him into. It's like that's what he sees.
Okay.
He turns him into.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute, what?
My language is bad.
Okay.
Okay, who is wise and shall understand these things? Okay, prudent judgment, prudent, and he shall know it. Prudent, and he shall know them. For the ways of the Lord are right, and the just shall walk in them, but the transgressors shall fall therein. So I think I have to go to the page before, and like I said, look at some of what they say. The green fir tree, up to this time, and this is the highlight that's underneath in this red book that we would probably controvert over, but I can't not use it because it was left to me by my family and my father, and I shall honor thy father.
Okay.
You didn't have to do whatever. So a green fir tree, up to this time, Ephraim has been a stench to the nostrils of God. Now, because of its sin, this is probably the tribe, has been dealt with. So it has been dealt with them. Give a blessing to the Lord, and the fruit will satisfy him. So what I'm asking here is, since Ephraim has been acknowledged, and I said, you're doing the Isaiah 28, which is the condemnation of Ephraim, and I'm taking you all the way over to Hosea, which is Israel entreated to the Lord, and this looks like the recognition of Ephraim and what he shall be seen as, or what he sees him as. And like I said, this is already when the stench of the nostrils has gone out and dealt with. Like I said, there's a part of the prophecy here in 14 that connects with that, I think. I'm not trying to skip over because if you read more through Isaiah 28, it will blend in probably this Ephraim in Hosea 13. Ephraim's destruction is foretold. Hosea 12, Ephraim's sin rebuked. So we have a continuation of Ephraim in Isaiah 28, I think. And Jerusalem's warned. If you take this in context, almost like one general story. And Ephraim, I think, was the tribe of, I want to say, might have even been the United States. Or some point, I tried to look up some of these weird ways they put that. So we're certainly a nation that has transgressed, I would admit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so, like I said, when you start to look at between Isaiah, let's look, when you get into these other prophecies and stuff like that, Esdras and some of that, I know, I think it was, Charles didn't want to really go into Esdras, and he's like, that's other stuff. It's like, it is what it is. We're told we'd be sold into this event, horizon, and if we can't acknowledge that we are a sinful nation, then are we any better than the people of Daniel's time in Babylon? Not. If Daniel came back from Babylon and said, look, we're right where we're told we'd be, this is what I see. I would say even go to Deuteronomy, what is it, 18:15 or 18:15? Yeah, you can still, man, smoke my own weed. I try to stay the most high I can. I can just say what I read. I can just say what I read, and it's like, you can listen to them, you can fear them. Fear is not a good thing.
Right.
Or you can listen to them. And then I would say, let's jump to Proverbs chapter 1. We're getting into some dark riddles, certainly. Even in the book in front of me, I can see them. But hey, and honor thy mother and thy father. And
Right.
I went through it. It's all one can do.
That's right. It's all one can do for sure, man. Okay, hold on a second. Just looking at this thing real quick.
I can read it for a minute if you want. Isaiah 28.
Sure, yeah, if you want to.
Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which are of the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine. Behold, the Lord hath a mighty and strong one, which as a tempest of hail and a destroying storm, as a flood of mighty waters overflowing, shall cast down to the earth with the hand. Well, what does that say to you? Someone's casting down something mighty with the hand.
Yahuwah says it's...
down mighty with the hand in the past as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's Yahuwah's outstretched hand. Or outstretched arm.
Yes. Yes. The crown of pride and the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden underfoot, and the glorious beauty which is on the head of the fat valley shall be a fading flower, and as a hasty fruit before the summer. Remember I brought up summer house?
Mm-hmm.
The summer house in the book of Amos, which when he looketh upon it, seeth, while it is yet in his hand, he eateth it up. In that day shall the Lord of hosts be a mighty crown of glory. Okay? In that day, not in summer. Like I said, the summer house smiteth the winter house, and the winter house, I think, is the fir tree. That's like I said, and these are talking about when the fir tree gets recognized in Hosea. Yeah, you did wrong. Here comes the summer. Here comes the summer house to smite you. And whatever that is, it is. People will determine that for themselves. For the diadem of beauty, there's that diadem word, unto the residue of his people, and for the spirit of judgment to him that saith in judgment, and for strength to them that turn to battle, to the gate. There's also at some other point I read something as a message at Ephraim's gate. I read that in another book today. But they also have erred through wine and through strong drink, are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up in wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. I remember there's another thing about vision failing in these days, which is an interesting thing. They stumble in judgment. Unfair judges. Read that in the book. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. Whom shall teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. That's an interesting rhyme right there.
Yeah.
So precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little, there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue That's the condemnation. That's the condemnation of Ephraim.
Yeah, I didn't see that until you pointed this out. I was like, wait a minute, there's something there.
Oh yeah, there's like I said, when you look at all these books, it's like we try and take them as one person wrote them after another. No, these were all people at the same time seeing the same stuff, and it's like if you're able to cross the words that they're saying with the time that they're saying, you'll find they're only maybe 10 years apart.
Right.
Write down what they saw and their perspective of it. And like I said, when you look at this sounds like, would this have been the time of Baal worship? For the upper tribes of Israel?
Yeah.
Northern Israel?
This is when Gad and Dan, from my understanding.
Yes. Like I said, when you get into those tribes and understand what happened to them, even to the tribe of Joseph, like I said, my name comes out so weird I have to connect that with Joseph as well. Because Joseph had how many tribes?
Joseph?
No, how many tribes did he get?
Ephraim and Manasseh? You talking about?
Right, but he got 2 tribes. You got dog worship. You just brought up Gad and Dan.
Right.
Right? So, aren't those the ones that got picked up and scattered overseas? Something tells me they are. Something kind of tells me there's something in that. And with Joseph, because remember, Ephraim is of Joseph, correct?
Yeah.
So who are his descendants? We're talking about them right now.
Right.
They get forgiven in the end because they're the chosen ones. But they're supposed to go through the trials and tribulations. They forsake their way. But like I told you, God wants no wicked man to be killed. He wants all his children to find their way back. So even those tribes, and I know they say in the book of the Revelation, where is the tribe of Dan amongst all the other tribes? I know that comes into what they're, and that's a Gnostic book, by the way. I understand that one pretty well. Pretty sure that's because he's the judge of Israel, and there can only be one of him, and he's not of this world. So he can't be in the tribes. I mean, if you look at even the Testament, like you did the Testament of Reuben the other day, right?
Oh, I actually.
There's a bunch of them in there.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them in there. When you read all of them, all of the forefathers, they talk about who is of what and who's in charge of what. The tribe of Dan is in charge of the luminaries. That means he's not of this world, it sounds like. He's in charge of the heavens above. That's his realm. Who was the first person put on a Moses put on a stick? Tribe of Dan, serpent, correct? With a serpent on a stick?
Yeah.
Tribe of Dan disappears right after that, correct?
Right.
Who else held their arms up like they were on a cross? Moses himself. Aaron and Joshua had to hold his arms up, didn't they?
I don't know about no cross. I'm not gonna say no cross because that's a Tammuz thing.
No. But they were of men, but they held his arms up in order for the fight to continue.
Right.
Is that not true?
That's true.
Yeah, and Moses had a staff that had a snake on it, and it was on a cross. Was it not? It's not going to sit up there on its own. Got to hang on something.
Right. No, it was not. I don't think it was on a cross. It was on a pole. On a staff.
Same thing.
No, I'm not.
Cross.
No, cross is different though. I mean, the cross is different. It says
Well,
it's.
it's suspended above the ground on wood. If you're hung above the ground on wood, we can argue over images and names, or we can just say, well, look.
I'm just
you're
saying.
above the ground on wood, you're cursed, correct?
Yes.
That's what it was said.
Yes.
So we can go no further than that. If you're on a wooden pole, you're hung up there.
Right. So it was the testing of the idol.
These are some of the things I have to look at. If I went to the book of Daniel, I'll go back to the book of Daniel when it talks about Daniel 13. And we could go through the time of the end part of it. But go thy way thou to the end, and I'll be for a rest. And I shall stand in thy lot at the end of days. This has to do with this inheritance. Somehow I think this has to do with being sent back to Sodom, which means who was there? Lot. I think you're Lot. But it says if you go to the highlights, it's 12:13. I like the number combination, by the way. But thou shalt rest. Daniel would not live back in those days to see the fulfillment of his shall be likewise blessed. Now, this is in the days of Babylon, and I know he's very strict on what they ate, so I'm full on with what goes on with Leviticus and all. I'm down with that stuff because there's a lot of message and all that. So this is when we talk about blessings and cursings. Those who bless you will be blessed. Those who curse you will be cursed. This has to go back even into those days. We got to watch out what happened in those days as well. Back in the days of Exodus.
Right.
That's the one, I got to be completely honest. That's the one thing that they were not back in those days. God is real. God will grant victory. But the enemies have a stronghold over this world right now. That's a fact.
Right. True that.
But God wins. God wins. But you can't win out of jealousy.
Is that your bong?
Yeah. You can't win out of jealousy and envy because that's wrath. And to become the wrath of something is to darken your heart. That's not what God wants. So I understand that even when you look at the book of the Revelation, it talks about the wrath of this and the wrath of that, and it's like, sorry, I've already got onto that one. When God changes your heart to the right way, you have a tendency to push away from that stuff. It's hard. It's a difficult thing. But you have a tendency to, and that's a line upon line. Like,
Right,
you have to unlearn some things all at once, and you have to put line upon line and have faith.
Well, precept upon precept too. That's super important because that's what was disobeyed. The precept was what was disobeyed too.
Right.
So I mean, yeah, it's intense. Are you making unleavened bread, Dan?
I'm eating some pita bread.
Uh-oh.
That's what
Is there any yeast in it?
I don't think so.
Okay, hope not. Hopefully not so. But, yeah, we have to be observing the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That we don't want to be cut off from Israel. So that's, like, super, super important.
Right.
But, I'm making some cinnamon bread for my son.
Right. I don't know where to get stuff like that. I mean,
You make it. You flour, it's flour. I use 2.5 cups of flour. And I use a cup of water. I put a teaspoon of salt, and I knead my dough. And then I cut it into sections, even sections. And then what I usually do is what I did yesterday or the night before yesterday, is I did butter with Italian seasoning because you're supposed to have bitter herbs with your meal.
Right.
And so I did parsley as my bitter herb, and then we put scallions, green onions, inside of it, and then I pasted I pasted the mixture all over the dough, and then I rolled it up like a cinnamon bun. And then I fried it on the stove, and it was so good. Like, it's that simple. It's so quick. So the one I'm gonna make now is I'm gonna make a mixture of cinnamon, sugar, and I think honey to sweeten it. So.
Hey, you're not supposed to have it. That was in the book of Samuel.
What do you mean?
Isn't that what Jonathan did? This thing, son Jonathan, I had a little honey just to make it good.
No, you're allowed to have that. It has to make sure there's no yeast in it. You can have.
Okay, I can pull things out of thin air.
Oh.
But that's the right statement though with salt. It's like, I just had a little bit of that honey.
Yeah, I use it as a natural sweetener, and I mean I have coconut sugar too, but I was just saying, like, something that would give it like a sweet Hawaiian type flavor, and I think that maybe agave, I don't know, I have to look it up, but I have a recipe that I follow. You just minus the yeast and cook it on the stove. So, but I want to do this apple I want to take apples, and I have a masticator on my KitchenAid, and I want to take the pulp from that and smear it inside of the bread with cinnamon and sugar. Ooh, yummy! It'd be like a unleavened bread, apple, cinnamon bread. You know, unleavened apple cinnamon bread. Oof, like apple cheese crisp. Not cheese crisp, but apple crisp.
Right.
So, well, the cheese crisp
Yeah,
would taste good too.
I'll try and make some. You know, I think yesterday I did try to do bitters because I know there is a thing to this. I understand so much of it, but to actually have me put it together, and I listened to a rabbi explain to the Seder and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, so you do the bitters for this, and it represents this. So I think it was yesterday, and I thought it was supposed to be yesterday's meal. I was up at my cousin's house, and he had some wild mustard.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like, there ain't gonna be nothing much bitter if I don't take a couple leaves off and just like say, you know what, this is fucking bitter right here. And I chewed on it. It's like, yeah, if I had to eat this stuff, I get it. But it's like I spend more of my time actually trying to read stories of Exodus and the times of the enslavement and the Exodus. And it's like it's a great story. A lot of it's been kept out. I mean, Moses and what he did with was it Jethro?
Mm-hmm.
When he went into the wilderness and all the things he did and his serving down there and the stuff he did in the lower Sinai and before he was even in Exodus, before he even came back and challenged Pharaoh for his people. I mean, a lot of that stuff is not even known. It's like, oh, you guys are missing half the story here.
Yeah.
Back in the days, I think it was even when the serpents and stuff were around, how he did that. I think he had to conquer a castle or a building or a temple or something like that. And he had the birds. The birds even helped him out. Remember what you're talking about, the Book of Tobit?
Yeah, I still I haven't gotten into the Book of Tobit yet.
So I was reading, because, you know, Jasher's part of some of these books.
Yeah, I've done, I think, like the first and second part of Joshua, but I haven't in the third. I think there's like 4 parts or something like that, or 3 parts, something like that.
Yeah, if you go into those, they'll talk about all the stuff in Egypt and stuff, and Moses and his stuff that he had to do down south, I believe. And he actually, I think what his thing was, in order to conquer some of the snakes that were everywhere, he had them capture a bunch of birds or some ibises, like we're talking about ibises, but some sort of bird, and had to starve them or something like that.
I wonder if it's the basilisk.
Yeah, something like that. And then during the fight, he released all the birds, and they were either able to capture all the snakes, because I think what had happened was the person that owned the place they were trying to capture had on one side thorns and stuff, on the other side water, and one side was pits full of snakes, and just land full of snakes. And it's like you couldn't approach this fucking castle in any way. And I think that's what Moses, it sounds like in one of these books, his intent was to get the birds so hungry that they could release some right there before the attack, and they would actually eat all the birds. I believe that actually might have worked. But that's one of the most unique stories I've ever heard. It's like, wow, I'd really like to know if there's some truth to that, because if there is, that is like something genius.
Yeah. Definitely.
I think that might be like Jasher 3, but even in some of the older books of Jasher, they talk about Joseph when he was in Pharaoh, and when his cousins and brothers and all that came to him for corn, and he was like, I think it was Benjamin. He wanted, well, you can get corn next time, but you got to bring your youngest brother. They're trying to catch him in a lie, stuff like that, before he actually met up with his father again. And it goes through the whole gambit. It sounds like I think he might have even fought with one of his brothers or something then. Someone got in a fight.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there was a lot of controversy between the brothers back in those days over who wanted to say that they were trying to do the right thing with Joseph when they left him and sold him into slavery. And a lot of this goes back to that.
The jealousy.
Goes back to that. Yeah. Okay, Joseph was what? He was also a visionary too. He could interpret dreams.
True.
Yeah. He interpreted the dream of the two people in the prison, correct?
Yeah. The baker and the baker and the
What was their
cupbearer.
vision again?
Huh?
What was their vision again?
The baker and the
What
cupbearer?
was their vision again? Yes.
The baker was the bread that the 3 trays of bread that he had on his head that represent the 3 days that he'd be lifted up and restored back to being. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. That was not the baker. I'm thinking of the cupbearer. The cupbearer, he had the 3 trays with the cups on it that he'd be restored back to the father, or back to the Pharaoh, Pharaoh. And then the baker had the 3 trays with the bread, and the birds came and ate them. And then he said that was representation of 3 days that he'd be hung.
Yeah, they ate him and his flesh. The birds came down and ate him and his flesh. So the baker, that was his prophecy, and the cupbearer, that was Joseph's prophecy. So who was Daniel? Wasn't he a cupbearer?
Daniel was a priest.
Well, wasn't he a cupbearer for Nebuchadnezzar?
I don't think so. I think they were. I don't know. I'll have to look on that. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but they were both hung on a what? Tree.
The what?
They were both had a vision of being hung on a tree, I thought, or was it just the baker?
They weren't hung on trees. They were holding up. No, the baker was to be hung. He was to be hung on the gallows, is what they said. And then the cupbearer was the one who had his. He didn't have. I don't think he had a tree. I think he had also plates, but they had cups on them or something like that. And he was restored to his rightful position. If I remember.
Remember what book that's out of?
Huh?
You remember what book that's out
of? Genesis. It's in Genesis.
It's so important right now because the baker had bread.
Right. And his bread was tainted.
Right. Three of them. There's also 3 ribs and a bearded mouth in a prophecy, I believe. 3 strikes. You're out. All these things are messages.
No doubt.
9 times and a half.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I believe that Daniel's book's opened in 2020, so that would make us literally at checkmate.
Oh, speaking of 2020, no, don't worry about 2020. If you go to Joel 2025, I love this. And Isaiah 33. Well, I load another one up.
We haven't gotten there yet.
I'll read the headline. I'll read the headline for Isaiah 33 because I like numbers. And I
Yep.
brought up 33, Ezekiel 33. Here's the headline in my book for Isaiah 33: Salvation for those who trust in God. We've gone through the coming reign of righteous king. We've gone through God, not Egypt. So like I said, this is the number. And the reason I brought up the year 2025, what year are we in?
2025.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Joel 2025. In my book. I just read this because it's like, there's talking about the sign of Jonah and stuff like this, and it's like, I think I just, for what reason, want to go through Joel. Let me go to Joel. Here it is. Authorship, this step together. Joel 20:25. I will restore to you the years that the locust had eaten. Remember, someone used to eat locust. The cankerworm had eaten. That's cancer. And that sign I put up in the thing the other day, the Gemini symbol, that's a cancer sign. It's an omega sign. He's going to restore these years. That's why I say when you look at these numbers, the year 2025, this is when things start to turn around. Starting to restore these things. What was
Passover?
What day?
The 13th?
Sunday? Something Sunday?
The 13th?
Correct. Palm Sunday, correct?
I don't know. I don't go by that.
Okay, in Joel it says, and the caterpillar and the palmer worm. This is in Joel 2:25. Like I said, 2025. And this has to do with
Yeah, Yahuwah is...
God's response and promise.
Well, this just means that Jacob's trouble...
The next chapter is the outpouring of the Spirit.
Well, it's not a good outpouring. I mean, it's blessing and cursing, because look what we just had this Passover. We just had a strawberry moon.
Yes.
That's a bad moon to have.
Why?
As a full moon, because they stand as omens. Bloodshed.
So if I just went by headlines, the next chapter would be, or next segment would be the outpouring of God's Spirit, the judgment on nations, which is fine. They're getting their judgment. So we're here. It's not the same judgment here. And you talked about the moon. I'll just go to Joel 3. It's like, put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. So harvest time coming up. Coming up. So we're here. Come get ye down, for the press is full. The vats shall overflow with the wickedness of the great. The moon and the sun shall be darkened. So we just had those eclipses, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. Okay, that's the fall of Babylon. That's the stars of the earth, not the stars in heaven. You just seen all these people with all this money. They're falling left and right.
Right.
Correct?
Yep.
So the Lord also shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth shall shake. Did you just experience an earthquake?
Me?
I did. You just, when we were just talking about 15, 20 minutes ago?
No, I didn't. Another earthquake?
No. But you remember when I told you I got the alarm and I got all yelling with my son and all that?
Yeah.
Now I'll read to you Joel 3:16 instead of John 3:16. How about that?
There you go.
The Lord shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth shall shake. But the people of the Lord will be the hope of his people. Hope is a Greek word, by the way. I understand that too. That's in the book of Revelation there. That's fine. It's also in Greek, so that's fine. But the hope shall be with his people. Or the hope will be, now the Lord will be the hope of his people. That's what it said. And the strength of the children of Israel. That's in Joel 3:16. I said these things, unless yours says something different, it sounds like like you said, we're at these times.
We are, yeah.
But that's a good thing. It's a reconfirmation.
It's a good thing for us. It is, but it is also a time of troubles. This is Jacob's troubles. It means that the sins of the Amorites have been met, which means that there's no other people who are coming back to truth. They're going to be destroyed, Dan. You realize that. This is it. That's it.
Well, right.
And well, I mean, and I actually I can't really say that, because they will be. So Yahuwah says that they will bow. Everyone will bow before him. So they will be.
Right. And the book of Revelation says that as well, by the way.
They will, but they will be brought to their knees by Jacob's troubles.
Under his feet.
Yes.
That's what it says.
So there will be those who are prospering, like us, because we realize the error of our sins, and that a son of a God cannot save us. You know, and then, so we will receive the blessings while they receive the cursings.
This is what I would say about sun gods and the Son of God and things like that.
Yeah, in Isaiah 28.
The way I've read this is this. We won't disrespect the Son of God, because that only has to do with our local neighborhood. If people want to go into space, into such a thing, don't get too close to the Son of God and transgress. That just means don't fly like Icarus too close to the sun. It's the same thing. Don't mess with God's natural law. That's another thing. Like I said, this is restoring Moses' law and restoring things as in the beginning, like it says in Jeremiah or Isaiah, I think.
Yeah.
And I shall restore things as in the beginning, and that's what he's doing. But and you're right. Those people that seek to other gods, they're gonna find out that in these days, their basket, when it comes to the Spirit's empty. No, God
Good.
doesn't destroy anything. No, He has a purpose. It's called the fire. Fire burns forever. So, I mean, if that's what they want, if that's what they choose,
Well, that's where the gnashing of teeth comes in.
it's already happening.
Is
This
it?
one of the things because I won't say because I understand a little bit about today and the science they use, because somehow I just get an inkling to it. The animals and our children that are eating us are already happening. The animals that are eating us are the parasites that they've injected back into people, and if you don't have faith, they're continuing to eat you up.
Oh, it's worse than
And
that.
you will manifest whatever evil creation you watch on TV and think you want to be, you will become. And in the end, yeah, you'll be useful, but not of the spirit, and the spirit wouldn't dwell inside of a thing like that. So like I said, and that's the sad thing I think people won't get.
Right.
And it's because it's creation of their own hands, creation of the mirror they put in front of them.
Yep.
Try and fill it with things that are vanity. I even understand that one. Vanity, pride, all these things, the things that can tear a person down. There's nothing that's beautiful that is something except for God and all His creation. The ugliness we see is almost like in the book of Job. I don't understand it completely, God, but I'm not going to forsake you. I'm trying to help people along, but I'm not going to forsake you because there's one way to get out of this. It's neither to the left nor to the right, and it certainly isn't going back because we know what happened in Lot's day, right?
Yeah.
We know what happened to Sodom, and we got sent back to Sodom, so don't go back. It's going to get turned to salt. Gotta think.
No, it really is. Yahuwah says He's going to burn the land. It says it. We just read it in Isaiah's writings.
Right.
Remember that?
Well-
Do you remember that girl Isaiah?
Yeah.
Shovel was in a space with her yesterday. So funny. And I made this video. I made that post yesterday and today to hold her accountable because she's trying to mouth off to Shovel again, and I'm like, or mouth off to Shovel, and I'm like, no, girl. So that's why I started up doing Isaiah's breakdown again.
Well, this is what I'll say. The book that I have in front of me, I see like as if lightning had struck through it and diced it up, burnt it up, and said, here's the truth, and that's where you can see it. And be patient, use wisdom, discernment as I slowly go through it. And for me, it is I can go through one page at a time and discover through three different, what look like paths and truths, but on the next page, one will shine through. And from the beginning to the end, and it will get reestablished as in the beginning again. I could say, since we read Joel, I like this. Joel 3:16, I'm going to take the 3 off and go to Genesis 1:16. See what that says. I love when I can do this kind of stuff and it just gets unique.
Yeah.
Genesis 1:16, and God made 2 great lights, as in the beginning. Genesis 1, number 16. The 2 great lights, Cain and Abel. The 2 great lights, Jacob and Esau. Hey, what is it? What is my sign? Gemini? What is that? Twins. Gemini's twins.
Okay.
That's an omega sign. Yeah. Made 2 great signs in the heaven. The light to rule one, and the lesser light to rule the other. But there was still darkness out there. There were still stars in heaven, but He made on day, I think this would be day, I'm so bad, this is like the first day or the second day, I can't remember. 1:6. I was 16, no, this would be day 4. I'd say, and if I want to do another, I'll do another 1:6 for you. How's this one? Genesis 1, day 6. Ready? Here's another 1:6. I love this. Animals, life of earth. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind. That's a different thing, by the way. And cattle after its kind, and the creeping thing after its kind, and the beast after its kind. Or his kind is what He says. And so it was. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, the cattle after their kind, and so on. And God saw that it was good. That's only half of day 6. Now we get into this next statement, which I love to really correct people on. Man. And God said, let us. Okay, that's the first time he says let us, I believe. Isn't that correct? People argue over this statement, let us. Let us is for rabbits. Before there was let us make man, there was God that created life on earth. I went back to 1:16. He created 2 great lights in the heaven before man was even walking the earth. Genesis, right there. Like I said, I can back this up. I can back this back up pretty good. But in Numbers. And then go to 1:6 and say, this is the lettuce you guys keep talking about. These are some of these Greeks, some of these people, some of the ancient Egyptians that used to do experiments with genetics and stuff. These are the Gentiles, I believe. Gotta try and save some. Gotta try and save some. These are, like I said, when you get into the lettuce part, I see it. Abel. Cain and Abel, the older and the younger. One was able until he was dead, then he was disabled.
That's funny.
Used.
Yeah.
Yep.
You said
His spirit
disabled.
was the first spirit in the earth. We can start to break it down even past that. And then began the curse of Cain, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Like I said, and this we're in Genesis 4, so I try, because I'll go to the end of Genesis, and it's like, okay, well, here, you can talk about right here. Genesis 49:18. This is right after Genesis 49:16. Dan shall be a judge of his people, and one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent, by the way, an adder, which in order to have prophecy, you need to have addition, by the way. That fighteth the horse heels, I love it, these horses, these centaurs, and shall cause us the rider to fall backwards. The next line, I have waited for thy salvation. The first talk of salvation, I think, is right in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or at least in Jacob's prophecy, according to Jacob himself. So, like I said, when you hear that, and then you go to Daniel, and it talks about here you are, and he comes through there again, as the pattern becomes, and like I said, here's the 49:16. I like the number 16. Sometimes Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. The problem is this: when Dan judged his people, he used Samson. Samson represented wrath. He was immature, churlish, and a child, which was, if you would think of anything, an immature savior type person. But what did he do? He tore down that Philistine temple. He tore down Dagon. And he's like, yep, blind or not, blind man can still be king in this temple. And he tore down the temple. He rent the first veil. Did he not?
Yep, sure did.
Every time, and that's God, when God came upon, every time God comes upon one of his holy ones, that the prophets, or anyone of these that are killed, that is actually a tearing of the veil. When he comes upon one, that once you come to, I guess, be accepted by God, and really pray real hard and know that he's in you, that's the tearing of the veil. A lot, like you said, not everyone's going to get it. People will call you crazy. They call David crazy. They call Joseph whatever and threw him in a pit. Right?
Yeah.
Call Jesus crazy.
Well, I call Jesus crazy too. Jesus thinks that he can die for the humanity with sins.
Well, wait. He says these things, and I'll have to go through the New Testament to see exactly what was said, because people will take things out of context, but on purpose, and I think you got to admit that. He died on the cross for Barabbas.
No, he had no right to die on a cross at all.
But wait. A Jewish holy holiday, correct? Or
What?
is this a Roman holiday? Was it a Roman or Jewish holiday?
What are you
That
talking
they're
about?
allowed on a certain day to release a prisoner.
Oh, I don't know.
Remember, Barabbas was the prisoner that was released, according to what the scripture says, correct?
What? I don't follow the New Testament, so that doesn't. I'm not. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's even a historical fact that Barabbas was part of who burnt Rome down in those days. But I mean, if you understand even the context of what's written, and maybe it's just written in the New Testament and some of the other Roman testimonies, they give it to Barabbas, and I know you talk about Abbas and Abba having a meaning to it.
Mm-hmm.
So Barabbas had a meaning to it when you put in context, and I just do it by the movies I've seen, because I can't read some of the stuff in this original writing, so I'll take it as there's a half-truth in it. So I watched the movie with Anthony Quinn, okay, great actor, and it was the show Barabbas, and it talks about the mark, okay, the cross. And after Barabbas was released for Jesus, and Jesus was put on the cross for Barabbas, this is the sin that everyone talks about, like, you know, you guys gave up Jesus, the Savior, because you wanted to release a thief. Okay? And this is, and then talk about the message of the cross. And when we talk about Abbas and Barabbas and stuff like that, when you watch the movie, and when it says, he denied that he knew Christ, or he didn't deny he knew him. He denied that he was anything important. But he said, yeah, I met a man, he this, that, and the other thing. In fact, I'm the guy that got released for him. And people really didn't like Barabbas for that. And he used to be the main time thief. He was the Robin Hood, literally. The Robin Hood of those days. He was the thief that would go steal from the rich and give to the poor, and the people loved him. He was that guy. But after he got released, half the people didn't like him, and he was troubled over it. So in the very end, when Rome was, right before Rome burns, right before it burns in the days of Herod, isn't it? I think it is. He is in Rome fighting. He's sold because he continues to commit violence. He's sold into some sort of slavitude or Spartan, gladiator type stuff, where he has to serve. But he can't be killed because he was released according to either Roman law or Hebrew law, that on a certain day you could have one person released. And that might have to do with some of the Levite stuff. I have no idea. I should really check on that. But so he ends up in Rome, and he meets a guy who believes in Jesus' word of peace and stuff like that, and they want him to go out and fight. And he's like, no, I'm not going to really pick it up. And so this one guy says, you're basically telling these other guys that we're telling to fight, a little like Spartacus in a way, not to fight, you believe in your God. And he flips over the guy's, he has a medallion around his neck, which means you're a slave. And it has a picture of Caesar or something on it. He flips it over, and then he has marked an X on the back, which is the mark. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they call him, and Barabbas at this point, just like the day before, because the guy was hounding him, just like, you saw the man, he's like, fine, go ahead and put a cross on the back. So at the last minute, he puts a cross on, and then he gets called in front of the governor or whatever, and he's like, I'm not with these guys. I'm like, you know, I knew the man, but it's like, no, I'm not with these guys. It's like, I'll continue to serve with you guys. The other guy does not. The other guy gets killed by I guess it's like a fellow slave, but like the guy that runs the slave thing.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, Barabbas kills that guy, gets a little pissed off. He goes out and decides at the last minute, I'm going to join with these people that were friends of the guy that got killed, and burn down Rome. And he's like, oh, it says in the scriptures that they're going to burn down the new world to bring. So this is when Rome burns. Got it? So he has the mark on him. He ends up getting crucified at the end, and he's praying to God because he knows at the very last he's going into the darkness. And he was told by the guy next to him, and this is Hollywood, right? But this is old Hollywood, so we'll take it at its word with Anthony Quinn, that he had a special purpose he needed to fulfill down the road. If this is the message of what is in the message of the cross, I get it to some extent. I get it to some extent. I'm not going to go anything more than that, except for to say, if I was to flash a flashlight and carry the light and say, this is what I've seen right here. Everyone else judge it for what it is, and read the books. Make your own determination. I think that's the best way to do anything. But that's what I saw in that. And it's weird because it doesn't get put before me unless I need to see it. And I saw that movie, and it's like, out of all the movies to see, it's not really about Jesus. It's about Barabbas, the guy that got released, according to Scripture.
I don't know. I can't.
And as for dying for another man's sins, like I said, if you look at the movie, he died for Barabbas, and I think there is a point to that as well. And if it has to do with, was it a Roman thing, or a Greek thing, or a Judean thing at the time, or a fallen priesthood thing at the time, that they thought this was okay deserves the scrutiny. But that's the if I was to, like I said, flash a flashlight right there and say, wow, there might be something here too. You know, even right there. So I'm not saying it's true or not because I haven't done complete research, and if I really wanted to be a good judge of anything, I would make sure to do all my homework and make sure that I know that He's not going to hand me a script when I ask for wisdom and the truth. That much I know about the Father. He's not going to have me walk into a wall.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't take much, like, view into the New Testament just because I don't see it as scripture. I can't. There's so much lies in it. You know what I mean? And we're supposed to get rid of the leaven. We're not supposed to even associate with the leaven. You know what I mean? So, and that's what the Feast of Unleavened Bread is about, is getting all of that leaven out. You know, I can't accept the good with the bad in that book. I can't. Because it's not of the Father.
I agree. Well, I'll put it like this. A person that is wise as a serpent, like Daniel, I think it was Dan, who understands who Tyre is, who is actually the pinecone wielding guy in the Vatican, as wise as these people, would see that there's a truth even in all that New Testament. I'm not saying that it is what we interpret it as, but there is a message in it that exactly like you said. I would put it like this. Jesus is not God. I would never be God. There is no one on this earth that can be God because God is the whole universe. You can't fit what is outside of the universe inside the universe. Let's not try. That's why we're here. We're trying to make things that we shouldn't make when God wants us to enjoy what's inside the universe. That is what he has given to his children. What is inside the universe. The spirit, which is always his, which we feel, we'll go back to him. That's the best way I can put it. Now, as for salvation and stuff like that, that's going to be very, very, very unique when it comes to what people even interpret from the Coptic books. Even when Samuel prophesies, a virgin shall give birth, all these things will be very uniquely recognized by those who have I would say an open mind.
Well, this virgin birth this is related to the Sumerian tablets. That virgin birth you're talking about is not the same birth as in Isaiah's writings. That's not. You have to understand this Jesus character. What was his name before it was Jesus, Dan? It was Jesus, and he wasn't human. He was not of Yahuwah. And you keep quoting him, and I'm just like, I don't understand that.
I didn't say it back then. I said the concept of a virgin birth, or a Virgo, correct? I kind of use that word Virgo?
See, I can't get into that kind of stuff, though, Dan, because that's literally treading on ground that the Father's like, no. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to go down that path. These are not scripture. These are not anything that supports what the Father says. You know what I mean?
I'm not even talking about the New Testament. I'd be talking about the Old Testament and Isaiah talking about his children that are given for these signs and seasons.
I know, you're just talking about Jesus. You know what I mean?
No, okay.
Like everything that he says, like any wisdom he said, he literally is against Yahuwah. Anything that he said. This is who Lucifer is when Isaiah is talking about the bright morning star that falls from the sky. He's literally trying to impersonate Yahuwah by saying that he is his son. Like he's his heir to his throne. Like he can control Yahuwah's people. And that's just not the case. You know what I mean? So I can't see from your perspective of talking about Jesus when I know the deceptiveness he's done. You know what I mean? Like it's just I can't.
I must admit, I'm not a fan of the parables and stuff like that. I'm more of a fan of clean, truthful speak because that really is non-deceptive. That's why notice that. That's why when I say, could it be a constellation? I'm not trying to speak deceptively. I'm speaking absolute fact, truth, to one who might be of the children of Isaiah that might understand the messages that we see.
Yeah, I
haven't said anything about the New Testament because I understand I'm not a fan of the parables because I have to try and understand them.
yeah.
I have to use discernment as well.
Yeah, and it's not easy. It's, but I just try to. There's just a lot going on, with all of this understanding of what is truly what these prophets are saying,
Exactly. Well, we could continue with Isaiah if you want, because Isaiah will walk through all this, even to the, like I said, to the point where the father shall walk amongst the children, and he shall suffer stripes and stuff like that. I think that's what it says in the end of Isaiah.
He shall. What does it say?
Something about, and he shall walk amongst us, and he shall be stricken for us. Like in Isaiah 53, the old man.
Yeah, but that's talking about Jacob as a body. And Jacob represents Israel, scattered Israel. So it would be the descendants of a Levite priesthood, which was Jeremiah. Jeremiah and Isaiah and Uriah, they all say that they were in a land of priests, right? They were priests amongst priests who had unclean lips and were not teaching the things that the Father said to teach. So just like us. Exactly like us.
Jacob, correct?
Yeah.
The father of Israel.
What?
The father of Israel?
Is Yahuwah. And
isn't it Jacob, because it's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
he's the father of Abraham.
The tribes of Israel.
Yeah.
Father of Israel.
Yes.
The father. There we go.
And there's two different fathers. There's two different fathers that, like when we're looking at and I know you're not talking about the New Testament, but there's that father, and then there's the father of the Torah. When you look at this in deeper terms.
Right, and that would be the father of the Torah would be who?
Yahuwah.
Father of Terah.
Yahuwah.
Because remember, Terah is the father of Abraham, who wrote these books, is number one. And when we talk about Jacob, remember something that talks many times in the book, that we'll go up to the top of the hill and discuss and learn about the God of Jacob, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jacob was laying on a stone, and that's often referred to the Jupiter stone, I believe.
What?
That's what I've heard. That's what they keep sitting on. That's what King Charles tries to sit on and gain wisdom. I mean, they're misusing it. This is the stone that was...
You're talking about the Stone of Destiny.
Something like that. I think the King Charles that's under his throne.
Yeah, that's the Stone of Destiny.
So I think that's supposed to be something to do with Jupiter. And if you look at that stone, that would be of the eye of Jupiter or something like that. And that is Greek, and that is Zeus. So when you talk about this, and this is the mythology part of it. This is Mount Olympus stuff. You talk about going to the top of the mountain and learn about the God of Jacob. We're talking about Mount Olympus. Huge stuff. You talk about people that have, Zeus and all that. Zeus and his children, we talk about, and you learn about all his children, you'll start to see the pattern that's going through society right now.
Well, Zeus is...
Wait. No, it will explain why we've gone so far into Pharmaco, because they've gone Greek. If
Right.
you don't think like them, you can't fight them. And then once you can explain to them, you guys have given yourself over to this false God, which is not the true God of heaven, because Zeus was not the God of heaven. There was someone before him.
Well, Zeus is Isus.
Even in there, it's just I'm saying, you got to remind them that there is something greater than all these things, because they rely on Greek pharmacies. They rely on and that's why they name their things after the Greeks. There is something greater than that. That's what I keep trying to I could go to the New Testament and point out these Greeks and that Greeks.
But the
So
story,
they're both
Dan, the story of those pantheons, Zeus is Zeus. That it's the same entity, just in human form. That's who Jesus is. It's Zeus in human form. His name was Zeus. But in, like, literally, Zeus is Zeus. The Zeus is in there. Zeus. So this is all one pantheon god. And he's of Dagon. So, I mean, look at the storylines of Zeus. Did Zeus...
To be honest with you, I'm looking at Zeus, and I had to think about this. I think you actually might have that backwards, because then it would be, Zeus would be the air spirit, and then Dagon would be Poseidon. Correct? Poseidon? Yes.
Yeah, Poseidon. Yeah. Dagon is Poseidon. Yeah.
Yes. So Zeus is of the air spirits. He's of the upper realm. So I'm saying God made an upper and a lower, and He made death as well. That would have been Hades. You got to know their mythology.
Well, no, Dagon is Baal's son. Baal is Dagon's son. So Dagon is of the sea, and this Jesus character is Baal in disguise.
We're talking about the pantheon of Zeus, correct?
Yes, but it's really Baal in disguise. But it's really Baal.
Okay, go on.
It's really Baal in disguise of that pantheon. It's the Trinity.
I agree. They twisted it. I agree, because actually, if it was Poseidon, that's a good thing, because those are the living waters, by the way. Not much exists without living water. Also, what you deny be the living waters. They try to create droughts and things, and yeah, I agree.
Dagon is not no living water. he's a
waters that come from
betrayer.
the sky are the ones you can drink. The ones of the sea will make you mad.
Yes.
That's state. Like I said, if you understand the Greek mythology of Athena and Poseidon offered salt water, Athena offered an olive tree, wisdom. Wow. One will make you mad, one will make you wise.
Yeah.
You gotta understand their pantheon. But it doesn't mean that the sea is evil. No, it just means you have to have knowledge and wisdom not to go out on a stormy day. But as God said, I reign on the good and the wicked. I will cause the sea to be rough on Jonah as well as his compadres in that boat.
Yeah.
I will make the storms as bad for Daniel as for the rest of the people in the captivity.
Well, he's talking about us. He's talking about, like, even for
We're
us.
all
He's going to
sinners.
make everything this
We are
difficult
all
for
sinners,
us.
correct?
Yeah.
Many, you have to understand that one especially. You know why? Many, F-U-F-S, I think it is. So you have been weighed, measured, and found wanting. That's fine. If God finds you, great. Great. Who would want to cry about that if you love God?
Right.
That's the first message. If you've been found and you think you've done wrong, you're right.
Exactly.
Like I said, sometimes the message is simple. And like I said, when I read that, I'm like, well, who's the Mennonites? And we get to Troy, Menelaus, Agamemnon. We get to the first king of Egypt. You know his name?
Nope.
Mennar.
Mennar?
Mennar. M-E-N-A-R.
That's the first king of Egypt?
Egypt, the first pharaoh or king. Mennar.
How do you know that?
There's also a Pharaoh Dan, I believe, or a Pharaoh Den.
I have no
Oh,
idea.
yeah. This stuff goes so far back. And they have those plates, those engraved images that of how to do things that they shouldn't know how to do. That's the truth of it, and they're trying to interpret them the best they can, even with AI, which happens to be the name of the city or the transgression. You know that?
Yep. I was pointing that out the other day.
Yeah, they're using the AI to try and decipher these great mysteries that only people like you and me could maybe decipher. I mean, because we have an understanding, but my first inclination a couple years ago was, help them a little, don't help too much because they will blow you up.
Yeah.
That's my first inclination because what they've done to what they've learned in the past. So, but try and help them a little. What is it? Line after line, here a little, there a little. And this goes to Proverbs chapter 1. Got to teach your young men a little here and a little there because there's a lot of evil about. You recall that Proverbs 1? I can read that. Probably it's one of my favorite parts of the book because it has to do with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Yeah.
What I wasn't so fond of in the Greek mythology with Poseidon and Athena, as I understand it, and it's like, and she does offer the olive branch. I understand that. So maybe there's even something in when Noah released the birds. Who knows? But the Sophia, I've seen what they actually do in Gnosticism, and they dissect the Sophia for knowledge and wisdom, even the body, and it's like, yeah, that's enough of that shit. That's about enough of that shit.
Well, I tried to take wisdom's position.
Yeah.
To replace it with Sophia. And
Yeah.
like AI has Sophia as the robot, right?
Yep. You also have Gemini as their AI.
Yeah.
Did you realize their fifth, number 5, that's a weird number because I like that number as well, but that's I think Gabriel or Daniel maybe even. It's whatever it is, but it's got a pattern to it. I forget what were you just talking about?
What do you mean?
What did you just say? Because I was going to say something good.
I totally forgot
I
what I
lost my train
said.
of thought.
I lost my train of thought too. I was focusing on what you were saying and I didn't even.
Oh. Yeah. So I brought up Solomon because we're talking about this.
We're talking about artificial intelligence, and I was telling you about Sophia.
Oh, yeah. Gnostics require a sign.
A sign?
Yeah, they require proof and stuff like that. They seem to want to, if anyone's inclined to misuse something, it seems like people that grab the technology and knowledge for the wrong purpose. So we're talking about knowledge, which is considered the Sophia, or Greeks and stuff like that.
Right.
And people always talk about some of these spaces and some of these Christian spaces, but many of them they'll talk about wisdom and knowledge, and it's like, well, look, I'll take you to Daniel, where it says, bless ye the Lord, bringing you knowledge and wisdom and stuff like that. I think that's it too, but Proverbs 1 is, ready for it?
Yeah.
Title, Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, purpose, okay? To know wisdom.
Yep.
And instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, which means being humble. You stand under it. Okay, got it. To receive the instruction of wisdom, got it. That comes from God. Justice and judgment and equity, because God does not like inequity. He likes his ways the way they're set. To give stability to the simple, to the young man. These are the ones that are growing up in this day. They need to understand this. Knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. That's why I'm trying to hear and understand it. And a man will understand shall attain to wise counsel. I got to get to that at some point. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise, and the dark sayings. So when you first get into these books, so just go by the word proverbs or proverbs or before and the word verb and it gives you warnings. It's like, that's the best place I can think of people to start. If people got that message, they'd be good off, because there is a lot of dark riddles and stuff like that. And I think if you go into it a few more sentences, it actually starts to use the fear. And people talk about fear nothing. Well, no, you should fear the Lord, you should fear God.
Right.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom. Okay? They don't want to hear what's wise. They don't want to hear. They want to be, and I think in another part of the book, they've been made wise of today's wisdom. So those that walk, and it says even in this book, in other books, it's a wise man doesn't get in the way of sinners. And it's like, God, you want to give them a message like it says in Ezekiel. Sin not, people. You guys are going the wrong way. But a wise man gets not in the way of a sinner. That's another one. Wisdom speaks. Like I said, when I read Proverbs, I need to read this again, by the way. I haven't read this in a while. But, yeah, so that's, like I said, I'm sure if I went through and found, let me see if I go to chapter 33, it's going to be something interesting here. This thing kind of marked like that. Dahlia Acor. See, this is the interesting part of it in here, even in the book of Hosea. Is that comes right after the book of Daniel.
Yeah.
I think Jehovah in here a couple of times, so Jehovah is not a word.
It means Yahuwah, but they spell it differently. Like they think that that's how you spell it. But no, it's, from my understanding, no. It's just another way that they've spelt Yahuwah's name.
Because they didn't have a J, it was an I. Remember Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Yeah, right. Well, no, actually that was Crusade. Last Crusade.
Right. It's in Exodus that Moses talks about and talks with.
It says in the Hebrew, it doesn't say Jehovah. It says Yahuwah. Yahuwah's name.
Okay. So they just misspelled it, but it's the way they pronounce it?
I guess. Well, I mean...
I guess that would be a spelling error. As long as they say it right.
Well, they're just referencing Yahuwah's name.
This gets back to when I went through the testimony of the forefathers, and they're talking about, kind of argue over name is kind of bullish in a way. It's like if I say
it's not, though, because that's what he says that he gets jealous of.
I get it. Is it tomato or tomato?
No, Dan, he says he is jealous of his name being, like, said wrong, used wrong, given and shared.
This is the thing. Said in vanity, like it's just something quaint to say. It's like if you're going to say his name, it's like you're giving him a phone call. Don't call if he ain't going to mean it. He's got other planets to run type shit. So, my name is this. Okay, if you get it wrong spelling-wise, it's bad, because eventually you'll spell it so bad you'll start using ebonics and phonetics and try to word it out. And then someone came down and changed everyone's language, which did not make it easy. I get that. I'm just trying to spread the word. Moses says it's somewhere in Exodus. It's somewhere in Exodus that it says to, I thought it was even to Moses, Jehovah is my name for the people. They knew it as El Shaddai before, but they did not know my name as Jehovah, which would be Joshua and Jehovah. So, I mean, if it's a spelling error, if it's still like they're still saying this is how it went, can they just get like a demerit? I'm trying to be nice. That's what God's message said. If you have a spelling error, is that okay? So, like I said, do you recall what I'm saying somewhere in Exodus where Moses is told they did not know me before by Jehovah, before they knew me by El Shaddai or something like that?
I don't know.
The people in the wilderness, and this might be right when they first left Egypt, when they were the El Shaddai, back when they were getting slammed and beat up. And then when they went into the wilderness, he called them as Jehovah. They did not know my name as Jehovah. That's how it was spelled, with an I think, maybe. And then when he got to the mount where he had the simple as that. I'd like to think, and or maybe all those who believed in the day when they were in the wilderness of sin, when he said they all had to die, they had to die forever. Even if they were good people, they believed in him when he said, "My name was Yahuwah." I'm not saying this is when you look this far back. That's the Old Testament where Abraham had to destroy all of his father's other things, and you say, well, who was left standing? Who was the guy left standing when Abraham was done tearing down his father's statues? Do you know?
No.
It was a guy with an axe.
Oh, that's not
He put the
good.
axe in his hand. He put an axe in his hand.
So he was a carpenter.
Think so?
Carpenter woodcutter. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. So, and one of them got burnt in the fire. What was the other one? The other one's got broken on the road. So yeah, and that's what it is. There's your carpenter right there, and that's in the beginning. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There's three of them right there. Like I said, so that's as far back as I'm looking. I tried to look past that. I've read a few books. I've seen stuff that looks right into Adam's backyard, right into Noah, Shem. You know, when Abraham had to flee and stuff like that, he went, I believe it was over to Noah and Shem's house, over in Haran, I believe it is Haran.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is the one thing that I take is this is the book that's in front of me. We all know those who bless you shall be blessed. Those who curse you shall be cursed. That's pretty much explanatory in the book of all of them, correct?
Yeah.
So like I said, the way I kind of read the book, and when I get to the book that's in my name, I'm sure you've done things like that before. It's like, this must be for a purpose. And what is it you're saying is, their name is for purpose, correct? Somewhere in the book it says, I'll give you a name like no one before will have had and no one ever shall have afterward. Correct? Daniel of the Lions, Dan Joseph of whatever.
We're just kind of bouncing all over the place. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out where you're.
This is the part that I'm reminded of when it says, if those who curse you shall be cursed, those that bless you shall be blessed. But go thy way till the end. Be thou, for thou shalt rest, and stand in thy lot to the end of days. Does it say anything different in the end of your book, Daniel? Are there other parts of the book? Because I think there's other parts of this book.
In Daniel what?
Daniel 12.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up.
This is one of the things I really don't understand, because people are looking for signs, this, that, and the other. And it's the chapter 12 actually is the time of the end. That's how it's labeled.
Okay, Daniel 12. What?
Let's go to 12:13 or 12:12.
Happy is he that waiteth and cometh to the 1,305 days. Go thou this way till the end be, and thou shalt rest, and thou shalt stand at thy lot at the end of the days.
Now, what does that mean to you? Because I can tell you what it says in here.
That's when Daniel's books opened.
Yeah. For thou shalt rest, Daniel, but not live. These are back in the days of Babylon, and we know those happened before times and a half. To see the fulfillment of his own prophecies in those days. But is here promised, okay?
He'll be resurrected.
And
yeah.
I'm not real fond of that word, because it's like, I've been through some shit.
No, he will be resurrected with King David. All of these old prophets will be resurrected. And then we will be the priesthood.
He will be resurrected with King David.
Yes, this is part of the army that gets raised up.
Okay, to receive his reward, thou shalt stand in thy lot. All who trust in Daniel's God will likewise be blessed. And I'm reminded of those who bless you will be blessed, and those who curse you will be cursed. Like I said, I've been trying to tell my son he's King David. He thinks I'm fucking crazy.
What do you mean he's King David?
Looks just like him. It's like him. Looks just like him.
no, I believe that King David's going to be resurrected, you know. I don't believe that he's already here yet. I don't believe that.
I believe he's here to fight. He doesn't have a sword. I kid you not. And when I see these things in kind of jest, but it's like, no, they're kind of true. Yeah, he actually looks like King David, and he swings a sword, and he's training to be a knight type thing with armor. Literally.
That's pretty
He's
cool.
a security guard, by the way. Better man than me.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can really say. But like I said, when I look at that, and you just said that, and a person will not be believed by the people in his own family, nor of his own community, nor of anyone else. A person would not be believed. I didn't believe it myself, but I'll leave it like that because I'm still proofreading these things. Like I said, when I go through the New Testament, as I've barely touched it, you know, and I go into the Old Testament, which I've already wrapped the Old Testament's pretty well wrapped. And I go into the book of Revelation, see it for what it is, but still see there's a truth in all of that. A truth. I didn't say it was all truth. There's a truth in there. I have hope. I have hope for mankind. We're in a tough battle. I'm not going to say it's easy because this is part of what the transgressors seemed like even back in those days, where it's like someone came and said, oh, they're too giant, oh, they're too rough, let's not go. God was not happy about that. But I'm going to tell you, the odds are not good. It's a tough fight, but God wins. That I know. So, being truthful about that, and where are we at? AI, correct?
Yeah.
The city of AI. I'm sure if I went to Judges 6, and I could probably find something interesting with this, like Genesis 6. If I went to Genesis 6, this is almost like the Matrix. I mean, I see it in not just the book, but literally everywhere I kind of look. You can find Leviticus. These are some of the, because I've read through the old books. I like to go through Numbers. People, look, this is the kind of the cool thing I would have to say about this. Oh, Numbers 33, the wilderness journey, by the way. That's what I have on my profile. Mm-hmm. Where am I at? In the wilderness. Deuteronomy 33. Moses blesses his tribes. I was looking for Judges. Judges 13 is a good one, by the way, because it's Daniel 12:13.
Mm-hmm.
Sure did. Oh, I was looking for Judges 6. That's what it is. Oh my goodness. You know what Judges 7 is, right?
No. No.
Oh my goodness. Do you remember the movie The 300?
Oh yeah, you told me.
Yeah. Judges 7. Gideon's men reduced to 300. Oh
I'm not sure that they were even human either. When because I found some stuff that references that the 300 were the Spartans, right? They were may not.
They were Jewish. Okay, I've seen the plate. They were related to the Jews. They were the ones that God was mad at because they used to sacrifice their children. They used to pray to the Tower of Delphi. They were the Spartans.
Well, not only that, they mixed their DNA.
As much were mixing, but they were just killing the children, causing them to walk through fire and stuff like that. They were mixing. They were the original. I would say eugenics. The Gentiles. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were all about mixing DNA and stuff. Yeah.
Well, so my understanding, Gentile is a. If you're a Gentile, you're an idolater. That's my understanding of a Gentile.
Didn't I just bring up Ephraim and idolaters?
Yeah.
So Gentiles, but I think that has to do, and I'm trying to make it simple, trying to read it, the genetic tiles, those who have used the either to change the purpose of the Gentiles or the genders or anything that would be confusing, and God is not the source of confusion.
Right.
So, although he did send an angel down to battle people because they were trying to do that stuff before. So chapter 6, Midian oppresses Israel. I'm going to have to read this one. Midianites. Ooh, let's see. I don't know. Oh my goodness, there's number patterns here. Like I said, so the angel of the Lord, yeah. Interesting. Like I said, I love to do these things, and this is when Gideon calls, because I think Gideon go mess up these Amalekites. Isn't that what he does?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to go back and look at the story, because I'm not, like, big on Gideon, like, knowing about Gideon.
Right. Yeah, it talks about the angel of the Lord appearing to him. So if let's say, for instance, this is a similarity to the 300, then the Amalekites that Gideon the 300 would have had to have faced would have been Darius or Xerxes? Xerxes, the son of Darius. Darius is in Babylon. There's an interesting correlation. So when you look at the name, who was in 300? What was the name of their guy?
I don't remember.
Leonidas, correct?
I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, Leonidas, baby lion, lions, whelps. God raises lions, whelps to attack some of these people. Because they were messing with Israel. They were messing with God's people. Xerxes had them at 50 in that day. So God raised Gideon, it looks like. The angel of the Lord came to him, put him forth with a staff in his hand. I don't know if that wasn't a wand. You know, they're talking about wands and stuff like that. That's pretty bad in some places. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Wands?
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere there was a wand somewhere. I know because they talk about wizards and stuff like that. Whenever I see a staff, I make sure that they're not talking about anything beyond a staff. Reeds and stuff like that can be considered wands. I think you posted, no, it wasn't you. Should have seen what King Charles and all those guys posted in London. Did you watch the London Olympics in 2012?
No. What happened in that?
So the opening ceremonies in the Olympics were basically what happened in COVID. The hospitals and stuff like that. It was very grotesque looking. You should look it up. But they had a giant, and you know they've been doing some ball worship over there as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They had a giant black figure, probably about 100 feet tall, that had a wand in its hand, a white wand. This is what the opening ceremonies for the Olympics were in 2012 in England. I'm like, yeah, my goodness.
Sounds like
you guys are getting to be so obvious.
they're like mages.
Yeah, well, if you think about what happened in those days, and like I said, I've been fortunate enough to have the algorithm help me. Daniel served in those days. Those were considered mages as well. I believe the 3 kings that served him faithfully were considered mages or magi, wise men, because they served Daniel faithfully. The 4th one, PASSOVER, did not, and he is the one that got the writing on the wall.
That was Nebuchadnezzar's son.
Yes.
What you smoking, Dan?
This one, let me think. By the way, you know what year it is, right? I brought up the Joel 2025 and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what year it is? It is John Connor year.
Do what?
You gotta know who John Connor is, right?
Oh, are you serious? Is it really?
Yes. This is the year 2025 that
Shut
Galactic.
up. No way.
And what's going on? AI, defense contractors, there's an Iron Dome.
Well, and they have
everybody.
Skynet too already.
It's happening right in front of you. That's what I'm saying. When you start seeing these things happen.
So what are you saying? We're walking out the Terminator too?
When I start quoting a movie, It sounded a little like Bumblebee in the movie Transformers, trying to help. It's because the script has not ended. It's been reinterpreted.
Yeah, so you think that that's really what they did in the Terminator 2 movie?
Terminator 2, is that the one where they sent the liquid one?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware of that one.
That's the one with John Connor, isn't? Or I'm thinking of John Connor's. Yeah, John Connor is.
He's in both.
Well, we're talking about the son of John Connor, or are we talking about John Connor?
John Connor actually is in the second one, or the third one even, maybe even the fourth one.
Are we talking about his son, or are we talking about John Connor?
Yeah, John Connor is just the type of weed, but it's a reference to the movie The Terminator. And in the movie The Terminator, in 2025, is when Skynet goes active.
In 2025?
Yes.
Dude, you're gonna have to send me that. You're gonna have to send me that because I'm like shaking right now.
Now, don't worry about this Armageddon thing.
No, I mean, no, I'm just like, is that really like what they did though? Is like,
yeah, they're telling you what they're doing. They're right. They're continuing the script. They're trying to influence it. It was just understandable.
yeah, but I just didn't think of it in that aspect. I didn't think of it as being an actual play out. That movie? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, Skynet goes active. I mean, there's a few other movies that are kind of in play right now. I'm really good at movies because, as Moses said, take care of the orphaned and the fatherless. And when I was a kid, my dad died when I was 12, and my mom became a widow, and I became like an orphan. And
Well, you became fatherless.
Got to watch a lot of TV, so I know everything that Hollywood has put out pretty much. I have a real good angle on what's going on and where we're at least in the Hollywood aspect of it.
Yeah.
Right down to, what is it? In Heath Ledger, A Knight's Tale? Remember that one?
Oh gosh, I love that movie. It's so corny, but it's cute.
Can a man really change his styles? He was a blind man, and his son still found his way back.
You talking about the ginger?
Huh?
You talking about the ginger that says that? Can a man really change his styles?
The little ginger kid, yes, that was him.
I love that kid.
Oh yeah, he's a great actor. He went through some shit.
Did he?
He went through some stuff. Oh yeah, he committed suicide. In the end, I think he was probably traumatized by all
What?
stuff like that.
That dude committed suicide?
Yeah, after he played the Joker.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Heath Ledger. I'm talking about the other dude.
Oh, what other dude?
The redhead.
Oh, that guy? The tall thin one?
The one that tells him about the stars. He's like, you're changing the stars.
Oh, that's the little kid.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. I don't think, no, but yeah, he's a cute little kid. But no, that's the thing. Can you change your styles? Oh, that was a great movie. Yeah, what I'm doing right now, guess what? It's Gelato 33. There's that number.
Oh, look at that. I'm doing Novarine.
And I'm doing some ice cream cake. That's an indica.
Oh, wow. So you're like, in the coach?
Yeah, I try and keep myself calm because I can become very hyperactive. By the way, it does say in
How old are you, Dan?
Paul's book, it does say in one of Paul's books that the second Adam will be made a quickened spirit. So, yeah, whatever, Paul.
How old are you, Dan?
I gotta be respectful. 56, 57,
Okay.
58,
Okay.
something like that. I forgot.
Alright, I thought so. I thought you were... Yeah, you did tell me before. I just didn't remember the age difference.
Oh yeah, I'm the old man, just like in Isaiah. Broken back, partially paralyzed. Interesting that it happens to be the sciatic nerve, which happens to be the sinew that never shrank, which is the sciatic nerve.
What is with that? Sciatic and, like, something about the spine.
I had to look up what that was, the sinew that never shrank. I'm like, what does this mean? The sinew that never shrank. And they're referring to the sciatic nerve. And I'm like, okay, so you're not supposed to eat anything from that area? I'm not too sure what that means. And that's basically from the tailbone down, around your rump, down the leg. And that's that nerve. So it's like, I got it. Now, if you look at how Jacob wrestled, remember he got touched in the sinew that never shrank. That's the sciatic nerve. Like I just said, yeah, I'm walking around partially paralyzed, back partially broken, sciatic nerve on my left side doesn't work anymore. But I wrestle with that.
Yeah.
That's my disability. And then I have a broken neck, which almost sounds like if someone does something, you shall break its neck. I think that's Leviticus something similar. Sorry. That's working on the Navy ship stuff.
Wow.
Like I said, you'll find it in Isaiah, some guy walking around. Now they will say, keeping his mouth closed. You'll find it very interesting. I will keep my mouth closed on a certain aspect of it, which is...
Isaiah didn't keep his mouth closed at all, dude. He ran around.
No, but he was speaking of who he saw walking down that kept their mouth closed. Didn't he?
Oh, well, no, they kept their mouths open. He was running down the street naked.
No, but
For 3 years.
Doesn't he have a prophecy where he's like, and he walked down and kept his mouth shut?
No, that's Jeremiah.
Okay, Jeremiah. Close enough. Next book, right?
Yeah, oh, I'm gonna get into that one next. Yep, that's my next book. We're gonna get into Jeremiah. But I need to start reading this one so we can get further in. So I'll go ahead and pick up reading where we left off. We're on chapter 29, right?
Yep.
Okay. So let me go back into here, chapter 28. Alright. Ariel, the city where David encamped. Add ye year to year, let the feasts come around. Then will I distress Ariel, and there shall be mourning and moaning, and she shall be unto me as a hearth of God. And I will encamp against thee round about, and will lay siege against thee with a mound, and I will raise siege works against thee. And brought down thou shalt speak out of the ground, and thy speech shall be low out of the dust, and thy voice shall be as of a ghost out of the ground, and thy speech shall chirp out of the dust. But the multitude of thy foes shall be like small dust, and the multitude of the terrible ones as chaff? I don't know, chaff that passeth away. Yea, it shall be at an instant suddenly. See, like, this is gonna come up, like, it's not gonna be good. It's sad. It's sad because there's so many that are just being misled, Dan, and this is what's gonna happen. It's suddenly gonna happen, right? There shall be a visitation from Yahuwah of hosts with thunder, and with earthquake, and a great noise, with whirlwind and tempest, and the flame of a devouring fire. That is not going to be a good hour. I mean, for them that are in idolatry, it's just not. And the multitude of all the nations that war against Ariel, even all that war against her, and the bulwarks about
Who's
her.
Ariel? Who's Ariel?
Ariel's were the city of David.
Okay, it's not an angel.
No, it's the city where he encamped, where King David encamped.
Yeah. I use the language of the day because it's like Ezekiel. I send you to a place where they have a common language. So when you brought up Ariel, the first thing that comes to my mind is an antenna. Okay? Mm-hmm. And what are we experiencing right now? Earthquakes. And we're saying they're training up these weapons that are causing aerial weapons.
Exactly. Okay.
That's the first things that come to mind.
Same. That's the same thing that came to my mind too. Same.
Burning them down, as far as I would see it, could be in a couple different ways. It doesn't have to be the actual burning of and destruction of. I think it has to do with the mind. I think people's minds will be laid to waste.
Well, it says the land will be. Well, the land will be scorched.
You remember the movie The Raiders of the Lost Ark, right?
Vaguely, yeah.
What happened to those that looked into the cameras and that looked into the ark that were righteous?
They were burned up with, like they were struck by lightning or something.
Their eyes were burned out. Their bodies were unrighteous people. They were not looking for the right thing. And remember when we just read Solomon chapter 1?
The intention.
Or Proverbs 1?
Yeah.
They didn't have the right mindset. They weren't humble. And Raiders of the Lost Ark talks about being humble and stuff like that. There's little clues. Like I said, all these movies will have a clue. There's a little bit of good in everything. There's a little bit of evil in everything. And then God gave everyone free will to make that judgment.
Well, it's duality.
Yeah.
It's the duality that nobody can understand. But us this day, we can understand it? That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and keep reading. Let's see. And the multitude of all the nations that war against Ariel, even all that war against her, and the bulwarks about her, and they that distress her, shall be as a dream, a vision of the night. And it shall be as when a hungry man dreameth, and behold, he eateth, but he awaketh, and his soul is empty. Or as when a thirsty man dreameth, and behold, he drinketh, but he awaketh. And behold, he is faint, and his soul hath appetite. So shall the multitude of the nations be that fight against Mount Zion. Stupefy yourselves and be stupid. Great. That's some good advice, right? It says,
because I remember there's some other ones, gird yourself and you will be broken.
It says, stupefy yourselves and you'll be stupid and be stupid. Blind yourselves and be blind. Ye that are drunken, but not with wine, that stagger, but not with strong drink. For Yahuwah hath poured out upon the spirit of deep sleep. Ooh. Why have I not seen...
Yours says Yahuwah, mine says the Lord.
Well, yeah, it's going to, because they took out... They inserted Lord instead of Yahuwah's name, which was originally there.
Got it.
So, and then it says, for you... Yeah, that's for Yahuwah hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes, the prophets, and your heads, the seers, hath he covered. And the vision of all that is become unto you as the words of a writing that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the writing is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learned.
Seem like you're talking. Why does it seem like you're actually talking to me?
And Yahuwah...
I could read this at first. Then you get to Revelation and he's able to read it. That's where the seventh seal comes involved in some of these things. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
That's a scary thought. But then it's kind of the thing with this here. It's like, this is par for the course. Time after time.
And half the time, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What I like about the Greeks is this, because if you learn a little bit about each of them, but you get at least, you know one thing, that God is real and he loves his kids and he wants them all to come home and he wants them all to explore the universe. The Greeks talk about hindsight, foresight, and the divine spark. And even the Greeks would kind of venture over, because the Greeks wrote the Bible and they did a lot of the writings back in the days of Alexander and stuff like that. That's Prometheus and Prometheus and the divine spark, which is life, which is knowledge, which is not being a stupid beast. It's being a light type of person. Eventually, mankind wins in the mythology, which is great, because it kind of goes along the whole guidelines of what we see in modern day religion. The struggle of man in the end is against Hydra, snake, serpents, all sorts of things. But in the end, he has to fight the beast.
Hey Dan, hold on a second. I'm gonna talk to you still, but I'm gonna go. We're gonna take a quick break on Facebook Okay? So hold on just a second because it's getting a little hot right here. So let me go ahead and get this started up. So just bear with me a moment. All right, everyone on Facebook, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break. We'll be right back. We're going to have 2 or 3 songs here. And then we will go ahead and resume. So let me go ahead and get this started. So some music to continue to making your bread or whatever it is you need to take care of. We will be back in just a few minutes.
When you see me passing by,
did, yeah. Right. All right. We are almost ready to start back up. But yeah, no, Jen, you're so, oh my gosh. I'm still going to go back and listen to this again. I mean, it's not going to be recorded on Facebook, but dude. Wow. Yes, I love you, man. You are just an amazing brother, and I brag about you on, like, all the spaces that I do, and Shaul, like, you guys are fire. You guys are fire, and, dude, you see that? And ain't nobody can tear it down. Yes, see that? Exactly. I love that. That was the song, If Yahuwah Builds the House. You there, Dan? I don't know if you can hear me. Alright, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get back into this. I think Dan had to step out for a quick minute, which is okay. Maybe. I don't know if he wants to read this with us. All right. Hope everyone is still doing well. Butter, I see you. Right now we don't have any money, and I have to make excuse me, make this announcement. Somebody sent me money on Zelle. And I can't do anything with Zelle right now. So that's why I put my Cash App. So you're going to have to use my Cash App. And I do have Butter here who is waiting to receive some help. She knows that I'm unemployed and I'm not able to help her right now. She does not, she announced to me, she does not worship the idol. So there's another one, brothers and sisters, who needs our help. She's in Africa. I believe it's a she. We haven't done any videos or talked, so I still have to do that vetting with her. But yeah, we definitely have a lot of orphans, widows, and fatherless that are on the floodgates right now. They really could use the help. I know for myself, my son and I could definitely use the help. We've got the end of our rent coming up, right? And I'm waiting to hear back from a job opportunity. So, you know, hopefully Yahuwah will be, I don't know if he's going to keep me as a slave. I was reading Jeremiah. He was showing me Jeremiah this morning, where it talks about this, that Yahuwah is the only one that can remove remove the yoke from us. Let me get something to drink. And so this is super, super important. It's not this Jesus character that claims that he can go ahead and remove this from you. Because only Yahuwah says that he can. What did I do with my drink? Hold on, I'll be right back. There it is. Okay. We'll go ahead and get into the reading here. We're in Isaiah Isaiah 29. And it says, verse 12, and the writing is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learned. And Yahuwah said, for as much as this people draw near, and with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear of me is a commandment of men learned by rote. Is that not the New Testament disciples, you guys? I mean, look at what they tell you. They tell you that a son of a God, a son of Yahuwah. No, 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 no. Yahuwah has made it very clear that Jacob as Israel is Yahuwah's son. And Ephraim, as we get reading more into this. And you see it. And not only that, King David. Okay? So not this Jesus son that has to come and as the begotten. He's not a begotten. And we just read this. It's not a begotten. So John 3:16, where is that in the prophet's writings? You're held accountable to tell me that one too. Right? So it says right there, you love Yahuwah by you honoring him, but your heart is removed from him because you have chosen to do it through another name. When Yahuwah said, no, I said my name alone. But you want to go by the learned by rote, the men. See, look at that. Men learned by rote. Men. Men who changed Yahuwah's words, Hebrews 7:12. Those who wrote that book, who deceived you. Verse 14, therefore behold, I will again do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. And the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. That's right, the New Testament wise men lying. The ones who tried to get you to worship the who, like Yahuwah tells you. The astrology, the zodiacs, all of those descendants of Dagon, yeah? Yeah, that's right. That's right. But see, Yahuwah says those wise men shall perish. So that story that they gave you is a complete lie and will be perishing. And Yahuwah's words will come forth. And the prudence of their prudent men shall be hid. See that? Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from Yahuwah, and their works are in the dark, and they say, who seeth us? And who knoweth us? Oh, your perversity shall the potter be esteemed as clay, that the thing made should say of him that made it, he made me not, or the thing framed say of him that framed it, he hath no understanding. Is it not yet a very little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field shall be esteemed as a forest? And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of a book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. What is that talking about? They come out of the darkness of what their nation has put them in because they were blinded by it, right? When Daniel's book opens up, and that's what they're talking about right here. Isaiah is talking about Daniel right here. Daniel's book. The humble also shall increase their joy in Yahuwah, and the neediest among men shall exult in the Holy One of Israel. See that? The Holy One. Not a 3-in-1. One. For the terrible one is brought to naught, and the scorner ceaseth, and all and all they that watch for iniquity are cut off. That make a man an offender by words, and lay a snare for him that reproveth in the gate, and turn aside the just with a thing of naught. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. You see that? before Yahuwah comes and brings his destruction, he has suffering servants suffering that have come back to him from coming out of the indoctrination, as we just read right here. Right? They get redeemed, and this is a remnant that rises out, that Isaiah's children's names represent this remnant. And this was talking about, Jacob shall not now be ashamed. So see, there's an awakening here. And those who were appointed to being suffering to almost dying, now it says, neither shall his face now wax pale. So his health is going to be restored. When he seeth his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of him that sanctify my name, whose name? Yahuwah's name. Yea, they shall sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall stand in awe of the God of Israel. They also that err in spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmur shall learn instruction. See that? You're going to learn Yahuwah's instructions. You were never supposed to depart from them. And the instructions are called the Torah. That literally means living instructions. Isaiah 30. Woe to the rebellious children, saith Yahuwah, that take counsel, but not of me, and that form projects, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. Now, I can call out every single Son of God worshiper and say that's you. Woe to the rebellious children, saith Yahuwah, that take counsel, but not of me. You're taking counsel of Titus and that doctrine that they created for you as the Baalims. That's what you're literally taking up. And the projects that you hold, like these spaces that you hold, and you say, oh, we're a chosen 144,000. Are you serious? This is what Yahuwah is talking about. Projects that you guys do, and then you add sin to sin. So you say, oh, I'm keeping the Torah, but there's this Jesus in that story. No. Yahuwah said that your Jesus character, that he crucified him by having men do it. Do you not understand that Yahuwah takes control of the hearts and the minds of men? So if that happened, that's because Yahuwah said, do it. He went against me. And Deuteronomy 21 tells you this. Anyone hung from a tree was cursed, because they had gone and done something against Yahuwah. The prophets reported it. And guess what happened? He got the punishment he deserved, just like in your New Testament book, the same exact thing happened. But can you learn from a storyline? No, you can't. You sit there and go along with the narrative. All right. That walk to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth. Who have you asked? Who have they asked? Men? Jesus? Yahuwah in Jesus' name? Are you serious? To take refuge in the stronghold of Pharaoh, and to take shelter in the shadow of Egypt. Therefore shall the stronghold of Pharaoh turn to your shame, and the shelter in the shadow of Egypt to your confusion. For his princes are at Zoan, and his ambassadors are come to Hanes. They shall all be ashamed of a people that can profit them, that are not a help nor profit, but a shame, and also a reproach. The burden of the beasts of the south, through the land of trouble and anguish, from whence come the lioness and the lion, the viper and flying serpent. They carry their riches upon the shoulders of young asses, and their treasures upon the humps of camels, to a people that shall not profit them. For Egypt helpeth in vain, and to no purpose. Therefore have I called her arrogancy that sitteth still. Now go write it before them on a tablet, and inscribe it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever. Oh, now go, write it before them on a tablet, and inscribe it in a book, that it may be for a time to come forever and ever. I love that, don't you? For it is a rebellious people, lying children. Yeah, those who want to claim that a son of God can save you, this is you, you lying children. Children that refuse to hear the teaching of Yahuwah. Boom! You are straight up called out. Christianity, Yahushianity, Yeshuianity, whatever entity you want to claim, if you claim a son of a God can save you, you're claiming that Dagon's son can save you, whatever religion you're in. Oh yes, they all come back to that entity. Bible literally tells you that it was a trinity that was worshipped of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. Let's not forget. And these children refuse to listen to Yahuwah's teachings. That say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. Speak unto us smooth things. Prophesy delusions. Yeah, because they don't want to hear what is coming down the turnpike here. Get you out of the way. Turn away. Turn aside out of the path. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. Oh, right? They want to wipe Israel off the map. Wherefore, thus saith Yahuwah of Israel, because ye despise this word, and trust in oppression, and perverseness, and stay thereon. Therefore, this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly at an instant. Ooh, an earthquake, what? A volcano, what? What is this? Instant. And he shall break it as a potter's vessel is broken, breaking it in pieces without sparing, so that there shall not be found among the pieces thereof assured to take fire from the hearth, or to take water out of the cistern. For thus saith Yahuwah God, the Holy One of Israel, in sitting still and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. And ye would not. But ye said, no, for we will flee upon horses. Therefore shall ye flee. And we will ride upon the swift. Therefore they that pursue you be swift. See? You can't leave until Yahuwah removes the yoke. 1,000 shall flee at the rebuke of one. At the rebuke of 5 shall ye flee, till ye be left as a beacon upon the top of a mountain, and as an ensign on a hill. And therefore will Yahuwah wait, that he may be gracious unto you, and therefore will he be exalted, that he may have compassion upon you. For Yahuwah is God of justice, happy are all They that wait for him. Not for a son of him. For O people that dwellest in Zion at Jerusalem, thou shalt weep no more. He will surely be gracious unto thee at the voice of thy cry. When he shall hear, he will answer thee. Oh, Yahuwah, I wait upon that day. Oh, my goodness, Yahuwah. And though Yahuwah give you sparing bread and scant water, yet shall not thy teacher hide himself any more, but thine eyes shall see thy teacher. Yahuwah. Right? Wow. And guess what? It ties in perfectly with the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We didn't have the yeast to rise our bread because our ancestors were in such a hurry to get out of to get out of Egypt. Right? At Passover, their bread was sparing, right? They didn't have the yeast to make it rise. And scant water, yet shall not thy teacher hide himself anymore. So yeah. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, This is the way. Walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left, and ye shall defile thy graven images overlaid with silver, and thy molten images covered with gold. Thou shalt put them far away as one unclean. Thou shalt say unto it, Get thee hence. What graven images could you be harboring within you in silver? I could tell you about a dozen, and with gold. Amongst the Yaqui people and the Hispanic culture, they always wear rings with Jesus cross on it, earrings with Jesus cross on it, necklace with Jesus cross on it. I mean, you name it with Jesus cross on it. My grandmother has the Lord's Supper, like literally, and it's not the Lord, it has literally Dagon's Supper and his son Baal, right, on their wall, like a huge painting, like huge, the whole wall, basically. So this is interesting when we're looking at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and the real teacher is going to come, which is Yahuwah. We have to get rid of these idols. I know you don't see them as idols, you see them as your savior, and this is not right. Anything in a human image form is idolatry, and that's exactly what the New Testament does. If you can't see that, then you're stuck in the matrix, and there's no hope for you. Till you realize your error, that's when Yahuwah says there's hope. And that's when he can work with you. When you start digging and looking again. So, verse 22, or verse 23. And he will give the rain for thy seed, wherewith thou sowest the ground, and bread of the increase of the ground, and it shall be fat and plenteous. In that day shall thy cattle feed in large pastures. The oxen likewise, and the young asses that till the ground, shall eat savory provender, which hath been winnowed with the shovel and with the fan. And there shall be upon every lofty mountain, and upon every high hill, streams and water courses, in the day of the great slaughter, when the towers fall. Ouch. Moreover, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold. Oh, that's not good. As the light of the 7 days, in the day that Yahuwah bindeth up the bruise of his people and healeth the stroke of their wound. See? Do you see that? Their wound. Now, there's no Jesus there. You are the suffering servant. You are the Isaiah 53er. And Yahuwah chooses to put you to death by the minds of men, because he controls their minds to do as they're told to do. Right? That's what he says. So if he sent someone to hurt you, that's because Yahuwah did it. Yeah. And he tells you that right here. Right? And healeth the stroke of their wound. He wounds us. Not no Jesus. He wounds us. Behold, the name of Yahuwah cometh from far, with his anger burning and in thick uplifting of smoke. His lips are full of indignation, and his tongue is as a devouring fire, and his breath is as an overflowing stream that divideth even unto the neck, to sift the nations with the sieve of destruction. I told you, you better get back to Yahuwah before destruction comes. And a bridle that causeth to err shall be in the jaws of the peoples. Yeah, how do you think you're going to be erring when Yahuwah brings destruction and you think you're right and you're horribly wrong? Hello, Son of God worshippers. What do you think he means by error? Oh, and taking on another name, not Yahuwah's one name, which he keeps telling you constantly as we keep reading it. His name. His name, his name, his name. And we were like, oh, it's not that important. I'm like, are you? Whew. Oh, yes, it is. You are towering with a wrathful, angry God. Do not underestimate a jealous God. You must be walking on eggshells. We are in deep betrayal to him and rebellion. And until you realize the error of your ways and you come back to him alone, you're going to get some chastising when you come back. That's why a lot of people go back the other way again. They're like, oh, it was safe. It was safe. He was like, no, I got some chastising to do to you, and you have to allow me to do it. And you can't get mad. You can't either, what would you say? You can't be hostile either when he chastises you. You can't. You're not allowed. And if you do, he's hostile to you. See how that works? A loving father, right? So it says, and his breath is an overflowing stream that divideth even unto the neck, to sift the nations with the sieve of destruction, and a bridle that causeth to err shall be in the jaws of the peoples. You shall have a song in the night when a feast is hallowed. Everybody says, we don't know when Yahuwah is coming back. Oh, listen, and gladness of heart, as when one goeth with the pipe to come into the mountain of Yahuwah, to the rock of Israel. And Yahuwah will cause his glorious voice to be heard. No image. And will show the lighting down of his arm. Isaiah 53. With furious anger, and the flame of a devouring fire, with a bursting of clouds and a storm of rain and hailstones. Yes, Jacob's troubles. Are you ready for it? And guess what? CERN, HARP, and DARPA are the ones that will be doing this, because Yahuwah is behind it, showing them how to do it. Hello. For through the voice of Yahuwah shall Asher be dismayed, the rod with which he smote. And in every place where the appointed staff shall pass, which Yahuwah shall lay upon him, It shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of wielding will he fight with them. For a hearth is ordered of old, ye for the king it is prepared deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. Yup. The breath of Yahuwah is like a stream of brimstone doth kindle it. Booyah! Booyah, 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 booyah. I love that. I love that. I love that. Isaiah chapter 31. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and rely on horses, and trust in chariots, because they are many, and in horsemen, because they are exceedingly mighty. They look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek Yahuwah. Right? Seek Yahuwah. The Holy One of Israel is Yahuwah. You don't seek him by name, and you don't look to him as the Holy One of Israel. You look to Jesus as the Holy One of Israel. And Yahuwah's like, no, seek Yahuwah. Verse 2, yet he also is wise, and bringeth evil, and doth not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers, and against the help of them that work iniquity. Yep, those who started the lie and those who are Son of God worshipers that work iniquity. They push it. They push the same exact doctrine that Marcy and the Synapse couldn't understand. I mean, disgusting. Now the Egyptians are men, and not God, and their horse is flesh, and not spirit. So when Yahuwah shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall stumble, and he that is helped shall fall, and they all shall perish together. For thus saith Yahuwah unto me, unto Isaiah, right? He's the me here. Like as the lion or the young lion growling over his prey, though a multitude of shepherds be called forth against him, will not be dismayed at their voice, nor abase him for the noise of them. So will Yahuwah of hosts come down to fight upon Mount Zion, and upon the hill thereof. As birds hovering, so will Yahuwah of hosts protect Jerusalem. He will deliver it as he protecteth it. He will rescue it as he passeth over. Wow, you guys. Oh my gosh. Those who did not keep Passover. Oh my gosh, I got goosebumps. This is crazy. What? Oh my gosh. What does Yahuwah do on Passover? He sends an angel of death to pass over. If you did not keep Passover, the way that we were supposed to keep it, oh my gosh, you're cut off. You're done. You're done. Those in Israel, if you did not keep the Passover, but there is a second Passover that comes too. Remember that. So there is grace and mercy in that. That's interesting. What if that's the one that Yahuwah comes on? It's one of the feast days, he says. Verse 6. Turn ye unto him again, against whom ye have deeply rebelled, O children of Israel. For in that day they shall cast away every man his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which your own hands have made unto you for a sin. See? Transgressing the law. Iniquity. Idols of gold. And what does the idol look like? Jeremiah tells you. It's an image of a scarecrow and it's a man. And he's been chiseled out, so he has to be fastened down so he doesn't topple over. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. Right? Oh, yes, baby. We're getting there. We're on day 2. Day 2, you guys. Okay. We're going to read just till Isaiah 33, okay? All right. For thus saith Yahuwah unto me. Oh, no, we read that part. I always forget where I am at. Oh, for in that day they shall call. Yep, we already read that. Verse 8. Then shall Asher fall with the sword, not of man, and the sword not of men shall devour him. And he shall flee from the sword, and his young men shall become tributary. And his rock shall pass away by reason of war, and his princes shall be dismayed at the ensign, saith Yahuwah, whose fire is in Zion, and his furnace in Jerusalem. Oof, that's not good. Behold, a king shall reign in righteousness, and as for princes, they shall rule in justice. And a man shall be as in a hiding place from the wind, and a covert from the tempest, as by the watercourses in a dry place, as in the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. And the eyes of them that see shall not be closed, and the ears of them that hear shall attend. The heart also of the rash shall understand knowledge. Understand knowledge, right? And the tongue of the stammerers shall be ready to speak plainly. Thank you, Yahuwah. This is what happens when Daniel's book's open. The vile person shall be no more called liberal, nor the churl said to be noble. For the vile person will speak villainy, and his heart will work iniquity, to practice ungodliness, and to utter wickedness against Yahuwah, to make empty the soul of the hungry, and to cause the drink of the thirsty to fail. The instruments also of the churl are evil. He deviseth wicked devices to destroy the poor with lying words. Yup. The New Testament, right there, you guys. And the needy when he speaketh right. You see that? These are the instruments the Father uses. He's using the New Testament to test his children to see if they will follow that test. The new test, right? When Solomon says there's nothing new, but you got to understand the prophet's writings to be able to get back to the Torah, right? They never told you to worship a son of a god, let alone Dagon's son. My gosh, the word Bible, right? But the liberal deviseth liberal things, and by liberal things shall he stand. Rise up, ye women. Okay, you guys are hearing it. You're witnessing it. You're witnessing it. What? Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Here it is. That are at ease, and hear my voice, ye confident daughters. Give ear unto my speech. After a year and days shall ye be troubled. Ye confident women, for the vintage shall fail thee, and gathering shall not come. Tremble, ye women that are at ease but troubled. Oh, tremble that are at ease, right? Like Yahuwah, remember I told you, women, if you're not suffering yet, and guess what Yahuwah says right here? Be troubled, ye confident ones. Strip you and make you bare, and gird sackcloth upon your loins, smiting upon the breasts of the pleasant fields for the fruitful vine. For the land of my people whereon thorns and briars come up, ye for all the house of joy and the joyous city. For the palace shall be forsaken, the city with its stir shall be deserted. The mound and the tower shall be for dens forever, a joy of wild asses, a pasture of the flocks. Until the Spirit is poured upon us from on high, and the wilderness become a fruitful field, and the fruitful field be counted for a forest. Then justice shall dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness shall abide in the fruitful field. And the work of righteousness shall be peace, and the effect of righteousness, quietness, and confidence forever. And my people shall abide in a peaceable habitation, and in secure dwellings, and in quiet resting places. You see that? It's a remnant. Yahuwah tells you what's going to happen to those who are not the remnant, and then he tells you those about who are the remnant right here. And it shall hail in the downfall of the forest, but the city shall descend into the valley. Happy are ye that sow beside all waters, that send forth freely the feet of the ox and the ass. Right? All right. Isaiah chapter 33. Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou hast ceased to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. And when thou art weary with dealing treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. O Yahuwah, be gracious unto us. We have waited for thee. Right? We're waiting for Yahuwah alone. Be thou their arm every morning, our salvation also in the time of trouble. See, Jacob's troubles, and it happens after a Passover. At the noise of the tumult, the peoples are fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations are scattered, and your spoil is gathered at the caterpillar gathereth. As the caterpillar gathereth, as locusts leap, do they leap upon it. Yahuwah is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with justice and righteousness, and the stability of thy times shall be a horde of salvation. Wisdom and knowledge and the fear of Yahuwah, which is his treasure. I don't see no Jesus up in there. I see wisdom as a spirit and knowledge as a spirit. Yep. That's because this is his wife. And probably their daughter. I wonder, that'd be interesting if that's like their pantheon. I don't know. But it's interesting. Wisdom is a spirit, and Yahuwah is a spirit, and they were together making us. Right? Yeah. Behold, their valiant ones cry without. The ambassadors of peace weep bitterly. The highways lie waste. The wayfaring man ceaseth. He hath broken the covenant. He hath despised the cities. He regardeth not man. The land mourneth and languisheth. Lebanon is ashamed. It withereth. Sharon is like a wilderness. Oh, Malki, Rose of Sharon, right? Like a wilderness? No. Oh, no longer a rose, but like a wilderness. And Bashan and Carmel are clean bare. Now will I arise, saith Yahuwah. Now will I be exalted. Now will I lift myself up. Thou be Yahuwah. Ye conceived chaff. Ye shall bring forth stubble. Your breath is a fire that shall devour you. And the peoples shall be as the burnings of lime. Hello. We are in Isaiah 33.
Yeah, when you do get spare time, let's finish Isaiah. Remember I brought up Judges 6 and get in? Oh, you have to read that.
Okay.
You have to at some point read that because it has to do with Baal worship and tearing down the temple of Baal.
Oh, okay. All right, we will.
Later.
Okay. All right, let me finish reading here. This has been good. Dude, you gotta come back and listen to this video because this is fire. Yahuwah is really unleashing some stuff. It says, ye conceive chaff, ye shall bring forth stubble. Your breath is a fire that shall devour you. Oh. And the peoples shall be as the burnings of lime, as thorns cut down that are burned in the fire. Ooh. Hear ye that are far off what I have done, and ye that are near acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Trembling hath seized the ungodly. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who among us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly. He that despiseth the gain of the oppressions, that shaketh his hands from holding of bribes, that stoppeth his ears from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from looking upon evil. He shall dwell on high. His place of defiance shall be the munitions of rocks. His bread shall be given. His waters shall be sure. Who's he talking about? Zion, who comes out as Jacob. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Verse 17. Thine eyes shall see the king in his beauty. They shall behold a land stretching afar. Thy heart shall muse on the terror. Where is he that counted? Where is he that weighed? Where is he that counted the towers? Thou shalt not see the fierce people, a people of a deep speech that thou canst not perceive, of a stammering tongue that thou canst not understand. And that's lovely, because I don't want to see them and what they're going to do to your people, Yahuwah. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. But you see that, Dan? Yahuwah is telling us, you're not going to see what I'm going to do to these people who you know.
Yep.
That's so scary. That's so scary. We can't even tell them what they're going to face. They're going to be taken in captivity, Dan. Christians, Son of God worshippers are all going to be taken into captivity. That's what 2 Kings tells us. This is not going to be good. They're pushing the Noahide laws to be enacted here in America. We are the land of the plumed serpent, where all of the Babylonian language is being spoken of Babel. Once again, Yahuwah is going to confuse the languages, but he's going to destroy them. It's no longer going to be confusing. He's going to destroy them. That's what he just says right here. And he's going to do it with the nations, and I believe this is China. Hold on, Dan. I believe this is China. I believe this is Russia. I believe this is North Korea and South Korea. I believe this is all those who control the Spratly Islands. that's going to be the new hub. Instead of Nigeria being the hub for the slaves being imported and sent off to the different nations, I believe that that's what it's going to be.
I think, in a sense, it's not necessarily that anyone has to do anything.
They're going to be sent out.
You guys said at the beginning that man is evil by his nature.
Yeah.
So it's not anyone destroying anything. It is, instead of babbling people, I think it's more or less they will destroy themselves.
No, he says he will. It says right here, he will destroy them.
He says he won't. He won't destroy the world for man's sake.
Well, there's only going to be a remnant. There's going to be a remnant everywhere. That's why. So he's not. He's going to destroy a portion.
I brought up Genesis 6.
Okay, yeah, he's going to destroy a portion of. There's going to be a remnant everywhere because Babylon is everywhere. Remember, they were scattered. So now they have to be destroyed. But there's the remnant that's going to be left.
Yep, I believe it's a 10.
I don't know what it is.
Somehow I hear that in some of the prophecies, but it's like a tenth shall be eaten as a teal tree, and I don't understand what that means.
We'll have to go over that.
Except for Trump's advisor. One of his advisors' name is Richard Teal. Like I said, I got some sort of sight.
Definitely. All right, let me go ahead and.
Yeah, go ahead with this one.
Yeah, it's we just have a little short, like, couple paragraphs to go. Not even paragraphs, like sentences. Where do we leave off? Okay, verse 20. Look upon Zion, the city of our solemn gatherings. Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem, a peaceful habitation, a tent that shall not be removed. The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But there Yahuwah will be with us. Oh, there we go. There's your Emmanuel. And who is it? Who is he with? Zion. Hello. No, because Isaiah was being a smartass saying, oh, that's not daughter Zion. That's not that's talking about other. No, it's not, Dingle. No, it's not. So she's wrong. She don't know Isaiah like I know Isaiah.
You know, even when you said that statement, if you say it again, the tent shall not be taken up. What does that mean? Or the stakes shall not be taken up.
What do you mean?
In the last paragraph you read, it says something about the tents or the stakes shall not be taken up.
The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. I think it's the tabernacle. I think it's describing the Holy of Holies.
Can you see it possibly also attaining to some of the Levitical rules and regulations in Deuteronomy about do not remove thy stakes from thy brother's yard, do not transgress across. And when you said stakes, I'm like, what pops in my mind is I've heard that before in the law. That's one of the worst ones in the Ten Commandments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Something about removing stakes. These stakes, your boundaries in the commandments shall not be removed. They're permanent.
Right.
Yeah, so I said when I hear the word, it's like it resonates for a minute, and I'll get it. Like I said, I'll eventually get to it. It was in the Ten Commandments. They'll remove stakes, boundary markers, permanent. These Ten Commandments are permanent, guys.
Right. All right. Verse 21. But there Yahuwah will be with us in majesty, in a place of broad rivers and streams, wherein shall go no galley with oars, neither shall gallant ship pass thereby. For Yahuwah is our judge, Yahuwah is our lawgiver, Yahuwah is our king. He will save us. Ain't no son of God saving there. Thy tacklings are loosed. They do not hold the stand of their mast. They do not spread the sail. Then is the prey of a great spoil divided. Here we go, the plundering. The lame take the prey. And the inhabitants shall not say, I am sick. The people that dwell therein shall be forgiven their iniquity. Should we continue reading? Give me a thumbs up.
Up to you. I don't have my book with me. I'm out here watching the dog.
Okay. Welcome, Alice. You're welcome to take up a mic if you'd like. We can go ahead and keep reading. We're good. Or not. You want to get into Judges?
Up to you. I don't have the book with me, but it was weird because I brought that book up earlier, and I'm just going to check out what Judges 6 has to do. And you go from 6, which is right before is Deborah, I believe, and 5. You go into 6, or right around then. That's when it gets into Gideon, and that's when you have transgression, the temple of Baal. God, the angel comes to Gideon, and this is where Gideon is asking for signs everywhere, and it's like God gives him signs and stuff like that. But it's interesting because it has to do with similar to what we're talking about Abraham and tearing down his father's temple.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Gods of those days.
Judges 6, you said?
Judges 6, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to the. Yeah, there's something about Judges 6. I remember I researched and I was like, whoa! I was like getting all huff and puffy about it. I don't remember what it was though. Okay, what verse? Or the whole thing? The whole
thing.
Okay. It says, and the children of Israel did that which was evil in the sight of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah delivered them into the hand of Midian 7 years. And the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel. And because of Midian, the children of Israel made them the dens, which are the mountains, and the caves, and the strongholds. And so it was, when Israel had sown, that the Midianites came up, and the Amalekites, and the children of the east, they came up against them. Oh, Ukraine!
Told you so.
Holy fudgesicles, no way, bro. Wow.
Throw darts and hit stuff. It's like the easy buttons sometimes get pushed.
Oh my gosh. That's why they're destroying them.
Now in here, you're going to hear the name, and when I was listening to it,
Hold on, there's more about Gaza.
It mentions Jehovah Shalom in this book.
Okay, well, I'm going to read this. I want to keep it. This is talking about Gaza. And they encamped against them and destroyed the produce of the earth till thou came unto Gaza, and left no sustenance in Israel, neither sheep nor ox nor ass. Oh, jeez. For they came up with their cattle in their tents, and they came in as locusts for multitude. Both they and their camels were without number, and they came into the land to destroy it. And Israel was brought very low because of Midian. And the children of Israel cried unto Yahuwah. And it came to pass, when the children of Israel cried unto Yahuwah because of Midian, that Yahuwah sent a prophet unto the children of Israel. And he said unto them, Thus saith Yahuwah, the God of Israel, I brought you up from Egypt, and brought you forth out of the house of bondage, and I delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of the oppressed, and the hand of all that oppressed you, and drove them out from before you, and gave you their land. He's talking about Passover. And I said unto you, I am Yahuwah your God. Ye shall not fear the gods of the Amorites. There it is. In whose land, see? And what does Jesus say? Fear me. Right? Ooh, slap you in your face, Isus. Amorites gods. That's who it is. In whose land ye dwell. Right? but ye have not hearkened unto my voice. Boom. And the angel of Yahuwah came and sat under the terebinth which was in Ophrah, that belonged unto Joash the Abizurite. Oh, what is it? Ibizrite. Ibizrite? That's funny.
I think it's Abiezerites.
IB is right. IB is right. IB is right, Dan. IB is right, not you.
Right, that's how I start to look at it. Whenever I have to say something, it almost like sends a message when you're saying it. Not like when you say it the way you say it. Sometimes it can be almost a confirmation of like an obvious woe. Like I said, when I came to this chapter, I'm like, well, this just is too obvious. Like the easy button sometimes.
Yeah, wow. And it's the son of Gideon. You keep on talking about Gideon too. And his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of Yahuwah appeared unto him and said unto him, Yahuwah is with thee, thou mighty man of valor. And Gideon said unto him, O my Yahuwah, O my Lord. No, he's, oh my Lord, that's lowercase. If Yahuwah be with us, why then is all this befallen us? Okay, so he called Gideon Lord. No. Who did Gideon? Hold on.
No.
The angel.
This is where it gets interesting because in here somewhere I thought someone says Jehovah Shalom somewhere.
Oh no, it says belong unto Joash the son of Gideon was beaten. Okay. The angel of Yahuwah sat under the terebinth which was in Ophrah that belonged unto Joash. Right? So he's talking about, okay. He says, O my Lord, if Yahuwah be with us, why then is all this befallen us? So they did refer to the angels as lords. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, and it separates the name there with Lord and Lords. Interesting.
Yeah, this is where, like I said, this chapter in the book is so interesting because it goes with the storyline of the 300, and whether they changed it in Hollywood to get their own twist and version on it, I can still see this as part of a story that really needs to have attention to it. Because if you read the chapter before, you should never really take a story out of context completely. I'm real good at shots like that. But it has to do with Deborah and Sisera. So this has to do with men were failing at that time.
Oh, when the tent peg. Sisera and Jael.
Yeah, so this
Okay.
now they were righteous under Deborah for chapter 5.
Yeah.
Judges 5. And then it's on transgression again. This is where we get to Judges 6, where they're in the transgression, and God raised a Gideon, which is a one-eyed rooster. From if I look at the movie True Grit with John Wayne, what they portray him as, a one-eyed rooster judge.
Really?
He takes it into his own. Oh yeah, you got to watch True Grit, the original with John Wayne. They call him a one-eyed rooster. That's his name, and
Wait, that reminds.
She says you're a Gideon.
Wait, okay. There's something about the movie Oh Brother Where Art Thou too, with the Odyssey, and the one-eyed. Remember did you ever see Oh Brother Where Art Thou? When the preacher man, Dan, what was his name? Dan. I don't remember the actor's name, but he plays in Roseanne as the father.
I know you're talking about. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, it's Dan something. And yeah, he's got the patch over his eye. Remember? He's a Bible salesman.
You know what the patch over the eye is, right?
It's in reference to the Iliad, or is it Iliad or the Odyssey with the Cyclops?
It's to have night. It's a pirate thing. It's to have night vision. It's also a marine thing. A thing of being on the ocean.
Oh, is it?
Or even fighting. It retains night vision to some extent.
Uh-huh.
And if you think about it, why do you think pirates have a patch over their eye? Do you think they all lost their eye?
No, they like to look through one eye.
No.
I know, I'm
They
being
like to be able to
facetious.
see at night, so they can fire at night.
They're like, my one eye. My one eye is the strongest.
Also, we mentioned Odin before. We spoke of him a little bit. I did a little research on him. He hung himself upside down in a tree to gain wisdom.
Yeah,
But he didn't die.
I believe that Jesus is Odin's descendant. Or Isus, right? I believe that strongly.
Still, if we start talking in that direction, remember Abraham put the axe right at the foot of the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's their pantheon.
Right. And now we can go back to Noah, and when he releases the birds, the ravens, and the dove.
Yeah.
And the ravens represent something too. When you look into
Yeah,
the
they
books,
do.
I mean, I'm sure you. Yeah, so they represent something as well. To Noah. To God. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
He creates all things. Just like the lion that had the 3 pieces of the lamb in its mouth or something like that.
Oh.
Go ahead and continue with Judges because this is a good part. This, like I said, somewhere in here they say Jehovah Shalom, or if they don't, I want to know what they say.
What verse is it, do you know?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I was listening to it on the audiobook, and it's probably maybe 5 minutes into the audiobook I hear them say, and it sounded like you're close to it, because it's talking about when the angel comes down to him and he's like asking for signs and stuff like that. It might be at the end of that. I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll see. It says, okay. And where are all his wondrous works which our fathers told us of, saying, did not Yahuwah bring us up from Egypt? But now Yahuwah cast us off and delivered us into the hands of Midian. And Yahuwah turned towards him and said, go in this thy might, and save Israel from the hand of Midian. Have not I sent thee? And he said unto him, O my Lord, wherewith shall I save Israel? Behold, my family is the poorest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. And Yahuwah said unto him, surely I will be with thee, and thou shalt smite the Midianites as one man. And he said unto him, if now I have found favor in thy sight, then show me a sign that it is thou that talkest with me. Depart not hence, I pray thee, until I come unto thee, and bring forth my present, and lay it before thee. And he said, I will tarry until thou come back. And Gideon went in and made ready a kid, and 11 cakes of an ephah of meal. The flesh he put in a basket, and he put the broth in a pot, and brought it out unto him under the terebinth, and presented it. And the angel of God said unto him, take the flesh and the 11 cakes, and lay them upon his rock, and pour out the broth. And he did so. Then the angel of Yahuwah put forth the end of the staff that was in his hand, and touched the flesh and the 11 cakes. And there went up fire out of the rock, and consumed the flesh and the unleavened cakes. And the angel of Yahuwah departed out of his sight. And Gideon saw that he was the angel of Yahuwah. And Gideon said, alas, O Yahuwah God, for as much as I have seen the angel of Yahuwah face to face. The angel of Yahuwah. See? And Yahuwah said unto him, peace be unto thee, fear not, thou shalt not die. Then Gideon built an altar there unto Yahuwah, and called it Yahuwah Shalom. Adonai Shalom is what it says here.
Ah, so they go Adonai. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Adonai Shalom.
Yeah, so they called the
Adonai
altar.
into Messiah or teacher in
What's that?
Doesn't Adonai translate into Hebrew or something into
Elohim?
teacher or Messiah?
No.
What does it translate into, Adonai?
Adonai is God. Like eternal
Maybe
God.
a little higher than I aimed.
Like, well, Adon is master. Like, Adon.
Right.
So Adonai is, I think, like master of the universe. Adonai, maybe?
Okay, I would agree with that. But I didn't want to be presumptuous because when I said Messiah, I meant master or like higher than that even.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very confusing thing because people talk about the numbers and the numbers they talk about.
Right.
So when you look in the Bible, Adonai-Kam is number 666, okay? Master-Kam, that'd be, and they even say Jesus, the name titles the Savior in gematria is that. And go read 616 right behind you. That'd be line number 16. Remember, I like the number 6.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is Adonai Shalom, so it'd be Yahuwah's peace.
Right, but read line 16 in here.
You mean verse 16?
Yeah, verse 16.
And Yahuwah said unto him, Surely I will be with thee, and thou shalt smite the Midianites as one man.
Yeah, as one man. That's the key there, because they'll talk about those numbers and stuff like that. You know, say it's either 666 or 616. You just read Judges 6, line 16.
Interesting.
616.
Yeah, interesting.
Right there,
Yeah.
as one man. As one man, God will send his angel, whether they think he's nice or not.
They're gonna kill him.
That's what I kind of
That's
interpret from
Jesus
that line. I'm like,
that they're
yeah,
gonna
you guys-
kill them. As if it's one man that represents the Midianites, that would be Jesus.
But the one man that just spoke to Gideon, who's that? The angel of Yahuwah.
And
Yahweh.
Yahuwah said unto him, Surely I will be with thee, and thou shalt smite the Midianites as one man.
Yes, he's going to smite the Midianites, so he represents
But why is
Yahweh, correct?
Yes.
Right. Like I said, he's the angel. You got that part too, that he's the angel right there.
Wait a minute. What?
That's what
No,
I'm saying.
Yahuwah says unto him, unto
He
Gideon,
leads these people.
Surely I will be with
Gideon,
thee, and thou
you shall
shalt
be
smite
as
the
one man,
Midianites
as one man.
as
Gideon.
one man.
As a wild Gideon, you shall smite the Midianites, which I think were the Persians of the East, correct?
Yeah, but that's just saying that he's going to be able to take them out easily, like as if he was taking out one man. That's not true.
Do you remember the movie 300?
Yeah, I do.
You remember Leonidas lines well up against that giant named Xerxes, and he kind of was like brushing off his shoulders. It's like, it's going to be hard for me to kneel right here. That's another part of Samuel. I was up there kneeling, taking pieces. Like, it's going to be hard for me to kneel, killing all these people you're throwing at me. And that was Xerxes' pride.
Yeah.
You see it right there. But whether they change the names, the event is the same. And you can hear it here in Judges. I think this was meant to bring down, maybe even if it was in the days of Babylon, if it was Darius the second, because there's two Dariuses. Darius the first and Darius the second. There's Darius the Great and all that. And he fell, and then who was after Darius?
Xerxes?
Cyrus. Remember the anointed one?
Oh,
that
yeah,
walked
Cyrus.
hand in hand?
You're right.
Right, so we're walking through this time again. That's why I bring up Judges 6. We're kind of right here, I think. That's why I asked, and then you said, they said Adonai Shalom?
Yeah, Adonai Shalom.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, interesting, because I already went through that name and all that.
But see, it's not
Like
a
I said,
name.
that's-
It's not a name, though. It's like it's
It's a title,
Yahuwah.
correct?
It's a title saying that he's going to be a God of peace,
Right.
because he was a God of bringing wrath. Yeah.
Right. No, I get what you're saying there. Like I said, oftentimes I'll speak quickly.
It's okay.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Because I've seen him in, the name is in the book. And I don't mean like a name, but it's like if there's a tribe or a family, the sons of Adonai, for instance, his tribe or his family, when they went into the captivity, by one person's account, by Jeremiah, I believe, was 666. And there's another person, Jeremiah or Zechariah or something like that had him 667. So even that shows you that this person was within the tribe, because he counted himself within the tribe. Like I said, when I hear the name, I was like, okay, I see that. I looked at the Adonai. I looked into what it meant. Like I said, said, and when I say Messiah, I mean like great teacher, bigger than very wise type person. Like when I say a name, I mean more of like Lord and above. That's what I mean by that name. So when you said Adonai Shalom, and I read in my version Jehovah Shalom or Yahuwah Shalom, are they just pronouncing Yahuwah?
No, Adonai is just, it's like God, it means God. So it just means he's gonna.
I get that. There's a few names for him. I got that.
Well, no, it's not a name. It's not a name, though. That's the thing, and that's the problem. That's what Yahuwah emphasizes. It's a title, and so we've given you many names, and he's like, I didn't tell you to do that. But when we see them, the prophets doing it, they're not giving names. They're literally describing his character and function at that time now. If that makes sense.
Oh, no, I get what you're saying, because I'm reading it in a different perspective. I'm trying to be more instructed to what I've read instead of trying to look at it through the eyes of who's reading it.
Right, and that's what you got to stay with the narrative and how the narrative is how the story is going.
Right, so Israel's under attack and oppression from the people, the Midianites, because Deborah led. She had peace for 40 years. And I think at that point in Deborah's time, it was men were failing. That's why we had Deborah.
Barak going with, Barak was scared to go.
Yeah, Barak was a pussy. I mean, our Barack Obama was a... Okay, so anyway, we've been through this time. And now we're into Judges, where the Midianites are oppressing the scattered Israel everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I see, there's a lot of stuff. And then he says, an angel comes, and speaks directly to Gideon. I think I looked into his name. His name has a few different parts to it, but Gideon, and they have an offering, and then the angel of the Lord departs, and then the Lord, Yahweh, speaks to him. We'll put it like that. Yahweh speaks to him.
Yep, he hears his voice.
Adonai Shalom. And is this like he's saying to them, like, the people have not known me as Adonai Shalom or Adonai? The name, the word that they'll use seems to kind of change. And that's, like I said, when we start arguing over words and stuff like that, I get it. But the message is still the same. We're still at the same time.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I think what it looks like to me that it's saying is that he's telling them, I'm no longer going to be a God of destruction. I'm a God now of peace. The Adonai Shalom.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%.
Because of what he has done in the past, you know?
Right, so, but he's raising Gideon to be a what?
A savior.
A deliverer and a judge. He's going to deliver them from the Midianites.
Well, we're told also, Isaiah, it tells us that Yahuwah sends a savior. But a savior doesn't mean you die. It means he saves them out of.
Yes.
Doesn't mean he dies.
Oh, I didn't say he died.
No, but I'm saying for recording purposes. You know what I mean? For recording, I'm recording, you know?
Yeah.
So we're not the only ones listening, so like in case there's, you know, someone who is in opposition, we're making it clear.
Right. Okay.
So it wasn't directed at you, is my point.
Oh, no.
It just felt like you were like, but I didn't say it. No, I wasn't directing it at you.
Oh. Well, I don't care about saying many things. I've said a lot of things in my life. Old salt in the sea. That's why I bring up Psalm 90, line 12.
Yeah.
I'm not real versed at it, but I'm good enough to know my way around it. Enough. Like I said,
man. You want me to keep reading, or we want to keep?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. No, this is a good chapter because, like I said, it goes into a lot more, especially what you're doing.
Definitely.
This is where we're at.
Heck yeah. All right. We left off. Do you remember where we left off?
Probably around 625, maybe.
Verse 25.
It was right. Yeah, it's around Judges 6, somewhere around that line. That verse.
Yeah, you're.
Maybe where you said, "Don't you
Excuse me. Oh, jeez. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I was just real curious with the name that they used in this place because, like I said, in my book it was Yahuwah.
No, it's a good. I mean, yeah. I didn't even realize that. Okay.
That's yeah.
So, verse 25, and it came to pass the same night that Yahuwah said unto him, Take thy father's bullock, and the second bullock of 7 years old, and throw down the altar of Baal that thy father hath, and cut down the Asherah that is by it. Jesus and Asherah and Dagon, that is the freaking Trinity of the New Testament right there. And build an altar unto Yahuwah thy God upon the top of the stronghold in the order of place. And this is exactly what has to happen again. Dan, this is exactly what has to happen again. We have to tear them down. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Time.
Yes.
Time and a half. Well, that's the thing about the Greek myth. Hopefully we learn from our mistakes.
Right. But we won't. It says it's just a remnant does.
That's what the remnant has hope. That's what always, and now we get into Star Wars and a New Hope and that all crazy stuff. But that's what, at least in the Greek mythology, you have hindsight, which dies, which is Epimetheus. Prometheus survives, which is mankind, or with mankind's help. And the divine spark continues, which is supposed to be life. That's their mythology. So it's great they come out and work it out. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly all the rest of it says, but at least that's hope. In the box.
True that.
By the way, do you know what does Aaron mean in Hebrew?
No idea.
A-R-O-N means coffin, box.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Coffin box?
No, it just means coffin or a box.
Oh. Coffin. Wow.
Well, let's also remember what else is a box. An ark made of wood.
Right. That's true.
Hope. When you're in rough seas.
True that. Alright.
Like I said, I just translated it. That's like, well, that's kind of weird that it means that, but that's what it means. So we take it as it comes. Ark built of shittim wood with a couple of Arabs on this side and that side. I think those are the bones of Joseph, by the way. It's got something to do with this.
Well, yeah, because Passover, they had to take Joseph's bones out of Egypt. Remember?
Yeah.
That was part of Passover. So, definitely has something to do with Joseph, those bones.
I think their prophecy, even in the Coptic Christians, was if the bones of Joseph ever left the tombs of the kings, that the light would leave Egypt. And I think that was what maybe an argument might have been over as well. When they talk about his children and stuff having to leave, but actually his bones had to leave because he was buried in the tomb of the kings, I believe.
Yeah, I don't remember. I have to go back and listen to that. I've been listening. I've literally been playing the Psalms, and then into the morning it goes into Proverbs. So I've been kind of just dabbling in that lately. When I wake up in the morning.
I'll put on an audiobook of something, and now I know that some of the names have been changed to protect protection. But I'll listen to it for maybe 3 hours, but I know I've only heard the first half an hour, without having to go back and listening. So I'll read it maybe or do the book maybe 2-3 times in a month, and I'll always start a half an hour later. So I make sure I get a fresh mindset on it, because I'll hear the story and it gets like line on line, parable, and stuff like that. It gets put in the memory, and that's how it's got to go, even if you're sleeping.
Yeah.
You can't do wrong if that's in the background.
Hey John, I'm gonna need to close up the space because I gotta go pick up my son.
Okay.
So, but dude, if I see you in spaces, man, definitely we're gonna tag team each other.
Be easy on being judgmental on these issues too, because there's.
Oh no, I don't judge. I hold accountable. I don't judge. I hold accountable.
I know. No, I know. That's why I said they had me kicked out of the space, the Ask a Christian Anything space. They kicked me out in about 2 minutes.
They have an Ask a Christian?
Yeah.
Are you
so what does it mean?
Oh my God.
What is it? I asked them, so what does it mean at the end of the book of Daniel where it says, you'll awake at the end and discern these things? And they're like, they didn't want to answer. They're like, just asking a question. Just asking a question, guys.
Because they're being put in their own grave, man. The Yahuwah is rising up, and he's raising his men to go do it too. And he's got women that are calling them freaking stiff-necked and liars.
There is a good aspect to all this that I've tried to realize through much of this. There's ancient text. We're talking about the Greeks and the Spartans, and I was like, you know what? I'm pretty sure that they're Jewish. They're related to them, and I looked into it one day, and it's one of, like, Solomon had these giant shields. Well, on many of these shields, they would put the treaty of who came to whose aid at this time. And I think this is one of the ones where Israel is being jacked up by Xerxes and stuff like that. And Solomon, or Leonidas, as they would put it, who was Greek, might have come over. This could be even Helen of Troy. I'd have to really look at it. But I've seen the shield, and I'm like, oh, no, shit. There's actually a giant, I think it's like a 100-pound bronze shield that has, we recognize you as part of our family. So it's like when you start to see that, it really beams into perspective what we're seeing on the screen, because I think if you look at all these treaties, all these cylinders from like Nebuchadnezzar, who said go ahead and rebuild the temple, then you have Darius that said go ahead and rebuild it, Cyrus said rebuild it. Mm-hmm. These are lifelong in perpetuity contracts with kings of kings. So if you claim yourself to be from the Jordan, and your king in one time in the past has said you got to honor it. Guess who was around in those days? Daniel. Guess who could testify that? Yeah, I can say that you saw peace in those days. You got to follow your king's word. Maybe people could beat their plowshares or their swords into plowshares. Maybe that's in the book too. But that's a hope. That's a hope.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see.
I'm going to go ahead and close out this space then, brother. It was good talking to you, and thank you so much for joining me. Join me tomorrow if you want to, too, because we're going to pick up from Isaiah 33 and on out.
All right.
So, all right. Shalom, shalom.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Shalom, everyone. We're going to go ahead and end this space. I hope you had received all of the information that you need to receive from the Father. It was a lot. As always, these are recorded, so definitely check it out. I'm going to also download this on YouTube, so it will always be there as well. Shalom, everyone. We have a blessed evening. Or afternoon. Evening, afternoon.